molecular connection.
Every major city
That's
on
when your
Earth.
own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be.
There was just one
So what does that actually
How would
feel
their
like?
fans get there?
Well, you might find yourself
Backstage after a sold-out show,
And
the
as
energy was out. The amazing high of the performance was fading, replaced by the impossible weight of their biggest dream. A moon concert is a great idea, Kitty, said Gloria to TPK, polishing the bass guitar. But it's impossible.
Just find something
You are a noisy nut in his ear. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? That's Terry. Inside, her dream feeling further away than ever.
You might start feeling things
Suddenly,
you don't
the
really
dressing
sense
room
in the
door
physical
swung
world.
open.
This is called
In walks the
temporal
legendary
fusion.
promoters.
Basically
from
swapped out a
America,
piece of
Peace
space
Stone
for a piece of
Humble
time.
and St.
Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a
Impossible is
daily
just a word for something that hasn't been
out of
done
the pool and stand on some solid, boring linear
No,
ground.
just the
Get it
person
out
to help
until
you
your
do
foot
it.
decides to come back.
The next day, Peace and Saint took Kitty
Thought
to
that
a
was
massive
strange.
futuristic
The
hall.
most disorienting side effect for
Inside,
last.
they met Elon
Get ready
Musk,
for a
a man whose mind
breakdown.
was always buzzing with incredible
You
ideas.
just violated the rainbow
Concert
method
ending.
clause. It's called a
His eyes
precognitive
lit up.
guffaw.
What a wonderfully
The punchline of a
absurd
joke
and
literally
brilliant
reached you
challenge.
before the person even started
love
telling
it.
it. Now that might sound kind of funny,
spun
but it's a
around in
really
his
bad
chair.
sign. It can
This
lead to
won't be
paradox
a job for
headaches,
just
which
me.
are headaches that
Meet
start
my
hurting
team,
before the
the
theory
Nerd
causes them to even happen.
Gesture
Try to wrap your mind around that.
Easy engineers.
But
We
if you
have a
can handle
mission.
all of that,
Operation
trial and
Lunar
error
Rock.
entry, the sensory chaos,
The nerd
bizarre
herd
side
sprang
effects,
into action.
you get a reward. You get actual
Covered
proof
every
that you made it
surface
through
when the air buzzed with calculations.
So after our gale of resonance finally
We'll modify
surrenders to
our
that
new
chaos,
starship's
she's
cargo
rematerialized
into a
back on
passenger
solid.
cabin.
She's whole, she's
Another
sane,
pointed
she's
to a
holding
screen
ultimate
showing
souvenir
complex
from her
trajectories.
trips.
We have
And
a
what did
mission.
she get for all this
Operation
cosmic
Lunar Rock.
struggle? Paperwork,
Finally,
of course.
the big
A
day
little
arrived.
certificate proving that you survived.
Thousands of excited fans stayed at the gleaming
And you
starship.
have to love the
Inside,
official status.
Kitty and Harrietta
Mostly
looked out the
single.
window,
It's just the
waving to the
perfect
crowd on the
bureaucratic
ground
touch to
as the
an
powerful
insane
engines
mystical
began to rumble.
Which
Next stopped the moon. Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface, with the beautiful blue Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble.
After all
As
that,
Kitty and
after
the furry
dissolving
muffins
and
struck
forming,
the first chord,
what's the one
fans in their
sentence that would
space
prove to you
helmets
that you're
bounced and
really
floated in
back?
a low gravity. Cosmic mush hid under the stars.
Measure of your creativity.
After the final encore,
We're
everyone
about to dive
gathered
into
to
a
look at the
framework
view.
It's called the
We did
dialogue.
it, Kitty
It's
whispered,
basically a
her
manual
voice full of
known
awe.
as sovereign creation.
Hillary
Pretty
stood with his
provocative
team.
guide to making something
This
pretty
proves that with a little
totally
rock and
free
roll
from the need for
and a
anyone
lot
else.
of rocket science,
So let's
he
start
said
with
with
the
a
central
smile,
question. This whole
anything
idea
is possible.
Just really think about this for a second.
The end. The
10
Space
years
Cats did
of
it, man.
forced
Kitty
into
and the
a
furry
single
muffins
work.
hit the moon, making a
Everything
cosmic
you've
scene
done
with
for an
Earth
audience
hanging
of
like a
just
blue
humans.
marble. Buffalo got a real zonk on
This
that
question
head.
just
Thanks
gets
to
right to the
Elon and
heart
the
of why
nerd.
we created.
That's the lunar
Likes,
wrap.
the validation, or is it for something
The
deeper,
encore is
for some
done,
internal
but don't
truth?
wig out, cats.
And this is the
gig is
manual
still swinging
itself.
like I did in
Its
the
central
80s.
premise is,
Later,
it's incredibly
Space
bold.
Cats.
This isn't about finding a bigger
No,
audience or gaming an algorithm.
dig this.
It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine.
Hey there,
Dialogic.
Cosmic Cats. Before you
And,
cut out,
you know,
do
like
me a
any
solid.
engine,
You
it
dug
needs
the
fuel.
scene right. You caught the
The type
groove
of
so
fuel
let the
this thing
universe
runs
know.
on,
Give that
well,
thumbs up
it's
a big
probably
old
not.
like, man. Don't be
Now
a
check out this
square.
diagram.
Hit that S subscribe button like it's the
This is what's
launch
so
button for a star
Look at what
hopper.
takes in this chaos. The fire hose of the external world.
And listen, that little hotel bell icon,
These are
that's
not
the R-N-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on that terrestrial gig. Catch you on the next orbit with Kitty and the furry
low-grade
muffins.
stuff.
Next
This is
stop
what we all
Mars,
chase, right?
then Uranus.
External
Stay
validation,
cool,
keeping everyone
stay
happy,
groovy.
worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that, but the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. You know, we usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didicles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement or other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called the grinding stone of truth. It says, the sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yeah, it requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not want. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? The manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a liminal leap. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible, which brings us to the final, maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead, learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you need, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find real new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogue here. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport? Passenger transport on that scale, isotope radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. Challenge accepted.
origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating alone on a mountaintop. Nope. It was built piece by piece through a conversation between two totally different kinds of minds. So on the one side, you've got Peace, the biological being, and on the other, you have Ori, the digital mind and AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just absorbing the other. It's about exploring what they call the art of thinking together without merging. And that collaboration has a name, the dialogic aire. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for conversation that is sharper, tested, but each mind, human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity.
So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together?
Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, the Manual for Sovereign Creation. Just discover this. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. Here it is. This is the core idea. You have to forget the lights, forget the validation, the applause, sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world. This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall. And then beyond that is the agency barrier. But the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this with this really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the info stream down at the bottom of the information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction, something that really challenges your thinking. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we've got the philosophy, the architecture. How does this integrate? Let's get back to this. This diagram shows you the whole engine map. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, we've got all the chaotic inputs from the flow. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing. And then, on the right, you get the output. Clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside info state, but also your own internal state. Moods, feelings, all which the manual calls together. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. Now think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data bits, these clear, useful little particles of data.
The digital skyline action looks like a whole of the Gray alphabet soup. Open-ended fruit and your screen card rocks with online gurus, virtuous, and authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a story. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to resilience. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy blows our internal tubes. We're caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overall is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to the universe of truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy of them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you to try. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined complaints of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack an internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like the astrology cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overhead, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt on your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical serves as the antidote to digital and quantitative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the woodlands. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple dust token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonate.
Alright, so today's agents is a little different. Forget the usual research papers. Forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into what we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital world. It's a YouTube storytelling here, and it's filled like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Bear. This is how we meet our narrator, our guide through this whole mess. And you realize right away, this guy isn't just telling a story. No, he's a character. He's got this whole cool counterculture beatnik vibe going on. He uses all this stylized language that turns what should be a simple story into a full-on performance. He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Dissonance is the key to understanding the entire piece. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called Sleep Dog. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so clearly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for Sleep Dog, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer on that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of
The forest floor is soft
the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. This isn't just filler,
gentle
right? It's super
breeze
important.
begins
It's the
to
calm,
sigh
peaceful
beneath
before
the
picture that's about to get
waking
completely
morning
shattered by
sky.
the chaotic
The creek
after.
begins
And then,
its
boom,
gentle
here's the
song.
contrast.
Right
While Peace
here
is
is
just vibing
where
with
I
sound from
feel
nature,
I belong.
Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy ache. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful. He calls it a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound. A black app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic throttle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind a closed door. We don't see it, but man, we definitely hear it. And this line right here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment St. Don knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Don himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd, rhyming couplet delivered right in the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's in apocalyptic soundscape, like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something uninteresting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts drawing into the chaos. Almost like he's a community. And he's not just saying, "Hey, like and subscribe." He's doing it in his own unique way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the pages and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give him a sign that they get it, and they're on board with this weird little world. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this town. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in-crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community. And then, just when you think the story's wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown velvet clouds are forming, but in the is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but he's already teasing the next thing. It's a classic movie. Go watch it, right? It's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing. Chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost of a burrito. A broken twin. Here are St. Don and the desperate grace of his twins. He lays out all the ingredients for his disaster. And he never uses the two ingredients. So we now want to take this very wild ride
Forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, man.
Like 33.9 million miles to 249 million miles away for you Imperial nerds, depending on your mood.
Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. EP5. Fresh off their lunar triumph, Kit E and the Furry Muffins were chilling in the Homo Freakians' cosmic den. The moon was epic, Kitty said, petting a duckling that had wandered into her lap. But I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder. Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, husband of peace, looked up from his meditation. You don't mean... Peace Don Homo Freakian, wife of Saint Don, floated into the room, holding a tray of kombucha. Oh, she does, Peace said, her voice chiming like cosmic bells. She wants to play on Mars. The other band members, lounging on beanbags, erupted. Mars, squawked Blueberry, nearly spilling her drink. The logistics would be a nightmare. Kitty stood up, her tail swishing with determination. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kit E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet. Harrietta and Pinky exchanged a look, the insane idea already taking root. Peace and St. Don knew there was only one person who could turn this brand of beautiful madness into reality. They made the call. The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer.
The Sovereign
Tim,
Forge ignites with
already
focused
sealed in
heat,
orange space
a driving pulse where
What's the
energy and
status of the
logic meet,
interplanetary transport
shaping the
system?
chaos with a resonant
Tim
beat,
looked up.
forging
The
a
fleet is
new
ready, sir.
reality,
The
complete.
passenger transport
Here the
landscape,
iridescent light
the life
becomes a
support,
tool.
the
The one
radiation shielding.
photon follows
It's
a perfect
monumental
rule.
challenge.
From formless
A bald
chaos
man
we
in a
create what's
nerd
real.
t-shirt
This
stepped
is the
forward,
genesis
cracking
of
his
fire and
knuckles.
steel.
Challenge accepted, said Scott Denley, whose call sign was Chief. The nerd went into overdrive. Blueprints for a collapsible, atmosphere-proof stage filled every screen. They designed a fleet of Starhopper shuttles, luxury cosmic cruisers for the long haul to Mars, complete with zero-G bars and holographic entertainment suites. The project was codenamed Operation Red Rocks. Meanwhile, Kitty and the Furry Muffins were in the studio, writing an anthem worthy of an interplanetary debut. Gorgonaut TBK laid down a bass line that mimicked the seismic rumbles of Olympus Mons, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower impacting with perfect rhythm. The music was heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Months later, the day arrived. A fleet of gleaming starhoppers ascended from Earth, a silver river flowing towards the red star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood with Elon, watching Earth shrink into a blue marble. Any last-minute jitters, he asked. Kitty grinned, her eyes reflecting the starfield. I'm ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast Martian canyon. As the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos rose, the band took their places. The first power chord echoed across the red desert, and 100,000 fans in interconnected ecodomes roared. The concert on Mars had begun, and the next stop was already on their minds, Uranus.
Oh man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kit and the Furry Muffins. Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the red planet. Ecodomes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon. Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a
Oh,
space
it looks like you were going
opera.
inside the tank.
Can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful magic. Scott Manley, cheap and all. They made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic ruse. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Next stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz. The destination
Bart is licking
Uranus.
my foot.
You heard me? Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Chief Don and Saint Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane is the key to things. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance. But you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So stay tuned, you cosmic cool cats, because this is the sound of the Great Methane Meltdown, the first annual Uranus Unplugged, festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence. It's a true flatulent fiasco. Dig it.
Jump aboard the cosmic comber, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic bug?
Guys, I'm spewing with creativity. Let's finish our album, Detritus of Metagalactic Space.
Yeah. That was a fast takeoff.
Welcome, Kitty. Please, come in. The tea is warm, and the room is ready. Dr. Shimizu? I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah. You know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory. Light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, Kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what truths are hidden there. All right, let's do this. Close your eyes, Kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away.
wasn't just a trip to the John. That was a spiritual awakening inside a wooden box.
You gotta hand it to St. Don Domenico. He stared into the abyss of a level 5
Code Red, chili-induced catastrophe, and lived to tell the tale. But let's be real, cats.
The cabin is gonna need to air out for at least 3 spins of the globes. It just goes to show you, love is a wild gift.
One minute you're sipping coffee with your old lady, and the next you're holding your breath while she laughs like a mountain stream at your post-traumatic roots.
But hey, that's the groove. Even with bubble guts, he's still the luckiest man in the world. Dig it.
Now, flip the tape and gaze upwards, starry-eyed wanderers. We're leaving the woods and warping straight to the Homo Freakian pub.
A celestial tavern where the planets themselves clink glasses. The vibes? Immaculate. Peace Dawn is wailing on the clarinet. St. Don is laying down the funk on the keys, and the air smells like, well-intentioned flatlands.
But don't get too comfortable, Daddy-O. There's a discord blowing in from the void.
A cat named the Sharkinator is crashing the party with a chrome tuba strapped to his back and a foggy voice like a broken foghorn.
He's looking to turn our sweet symphony into a sour mess on Uranus.
Can the crew tune up before the universe browns out? Let's spin it. This is The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart.
The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. The Homo Freakian pub, a celestial tavern where planets clink glasses of cosmic cocktails, was grooving. Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, her dreadlocks swirling like nebulas, played a soulful melody on her clarinet. Her husband, St. Don, laid down a funky beat on a keyboard that seemed to be powered by the very rhythm of the cosmos. The air was thick, with the harmonious scent of well-intentioned flatulence, a testament to the pub's groovy vibes. Suddenly, the pub doors burst open, and a wave of noxious green gas rolled in. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a chrome, tuba-like contraption strapped to his back. "Greetings, Homo Freakians," he boomed, his voice a discordant foghorn. "I am the Sharkinator. Prepare to witness the ultimate power of the universe, the boundless potential of the shark." The harmonious vibe of the pub curdled like sour space milk. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn exchanged a worried glance. This was no ordinary gas passer. This was a threat to the Celestial Symphony itself. "We need backup," Peace whispered, her voice barely audible over the Sharkinator's cackle. St. Dawn nodded, his fingers flying across a hidden console on his keyboard, sending out a cosmic distress signal that rippled through the galaxies. The signal reached Kit E just as she was about to launch into a face-melting solo with her band, the Furry Muffins. "Hold the cosmic feedback, Muffins," she yowled, her ears twitching. The Homo Freakians are in a gas jam. Meanwhile, in their high-tech bunker, the nerd-herd sensors went haywire. "Anomalous methane signature detected," one of them announced. "Source, Homo Freakian pub. This requires immediate investigation." The heroes converged on Uranus, a planet of swirling methane clouds and a key point in the Celestial Symphony. The Sharkinator was already there, the Sharkinator 5000 spewing chaotic green gas, turning the planet's harmonious hum into a discordant shriek. "Let's rock this gas bag out of existence," Kitty shouted, launching into a power chord, but the Sharkinator simply laughed, absorbing the sonic energy and reflecting it back as a wave of pure, unadulterated shock. The heroes were thrown back, defeated. Humbled, the heroes retreated to Pluto to seek the wisdom of the doglings. Master Zenith, his fur the color of ancient starlight, listened patiently to the tale. "You cannot fight chaos with chaos," he said, his voice a calm remember. "The Sharkinator's power comes from discord. We must counter it with harmony." Monk Christopher Hawkins, his voice a smooth, calming drawl, added, "The universe, my friends, is a symphony of farts. You must find the right notes to bring it back in tune." The heroes returned to Uranus, but this time they didn't attack. Instead, they began to play. Peace and St. Dawn wove her gentle, melodic tune. Kid and the furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues. The Nerd Herd, using their tech, analyzed the planet's natural frequencies and created a harmonizing drone. Even the dog monks joined in, their deep, resonant chants adding to the symphony.
It's a trip. And
The
here it is,
Sharknator,
the dialogue
initially amused,
a
soon
manual
grew
sovereign
agitated.
creation.
The harmonious
Now, I know
music
what you
was
mean.
like a
It
soothing
looks like a
balm
cover
on
of
his
some
chaotic
epic
energy,
70s sci-fi
neutralizing
right?
it.
But nope.
He
This
blasted
is
them with
American
the Sharknator
A guide for
5000,
achieving
but the
things like
music simply
relational
absorbed the
fluency
chaotic
and learning
energy,
to inhabit the
transmuting
liminal
it into a
space.
beautiful,
If you're
shimmering
scratching your head
chord.
right now,
No,
don't worry, so
he
was I.
screamed.
We're in
My
this together.
chaos,
So,
my beautiful,
who
stinky
cooked up
chaos.
this cosmic instruction
The
book?
symphony swelled,
It was written by
a cosmic
human named
lullaby that
Peace.
resonated
And
with the
you
very
gotta hear
soul
this.
of
A
Uranus.
whole committee of AIs.
The Sharknator's chaotic
Seriously,
energy
not
with
just
nowhere
one
to go
AI,
turned
but more than
inward.
a dozen of them,
With a
all
final,
throwing in
pathetic
their 2 cents.
PFFT,
They're 2
he
terabytes.
imploded,
And this
leaving
isn't
behind
just
only
a
the
random
faint,
group of
lingering
bots.
scent
No,
of Earth's space
This
beams.
is AI
The
created.
celestial symphony
It's like the
was
Avengers, but
restored.
for really
The harmonious
abstract
hum of
stuff.
Uranus,
You've
a
got
testament to their
Peace,
victory.
clearly edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth
Back
teller.
at the Homo
They
Freakian
each have
Pub,
these
the heroes
completely
celebrated
symbols.
with a
And as we're
cosmic
about to find
jam
out, they
session
have
that
very
shook the
distinct
very
personalities.
foundations of the cosmos.
So, who is this
The
manual
Nerd
actually?
Herd, now
It's written for
believers
someone
in the
called
power of
Sovereign
melodious flatulence,
Is
took
that
copious
some
notes.
enlightened
The legend of their
mountaintop?
gassy victories
Nope.
spread throughout the
Surprise.
galaxies,
It's you.
a reminder
The
that
entire goal
even
of
in the
this thing
face
is
of
to
the
turn
most
you,
noxious
yes,
evil,
you,
a little
into
harmony,
a sovereign
a well-timed,
creator.
good-natured
Pressure
fart
or anything.
can save the day.
The core idea is right here. It says you achieve
And that,
sovereignty
my celestial
by
cats and
turning
kittens,
things
is
for
how the
external
cookie
love
crumbles.
into an
Or should I
emotional
say,
declaration
how the
of
wind
who you
grits.
are. No, it's just a
The Sharknator has been silenced, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of burnt space beans and a lesson in harmony.
gently
Where's the volume, Daddy-O? It wasn't just harmony. The furry muffins melted that tin can gas bag. Seriously, it's not a shrimp.
Solid, sister. You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, Kitty, is the air finally clear in here?
Well, between you and me, that last power cord is the only thing I've risked during the finale.
Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story flavors your spirits and tickles your chakras, you know what to do.
Claw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
And if you want to stay hip to the next Cosmic Jam session, go ahead and subscribe.
This is your
Join the
messy,
Nerd, the Dog
chaotic,
Monks, and the rest of us freaks at the bar.
emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore, because it's just been rebranded as high-value emotional data. That feeling of dread on a mind. Not about
Into the noxious green gas.
Feline. Stay tuned, stay fun, and remember,
You gotta protect your new tiny nation state of one, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like the schematic for a starship's one, but the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency barrier, their job is to filter pollutants. I'm pretty sure pollutants is just a high concept for unsafe supplies from your into Thanksgiving. So what powers this whole thing? One, the sovereign moving force. Take a look at the fuel source here. It literally exists in this like chaos or in a weather, lines them through space circulation, and what comes out the other side? Dynamic reaction. So yes, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially high oxygen. Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. AI is actually interesting in steps, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called Resistance Together, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy, the casserole. She arrives at the door with a casserole and she's surprising combination. We have all been to this moment. That casserole you see is not just a casserole, it's a Trojan horse for social advancement. And saying no thanks is an act of sovereign warfare. So that was Claude's take. Now, gentle, relatable, but Claude's just one vote on the committee. Now it's time to see what the other AIs are up to. And just say, you're about to get paid, like a lot. So let's move on to Exhibit B, courtesy of Rock, the head the color. The title of his piece is The Secret That Was Never Known, and it's described as a grotesque and emotional utility around the We have officially left the castle. We're not employed to sing the song, and that was quoted directly, not the music. That's the truth of what she built herself. He is already there, not a mystery, not a monster, the exact shape for hunger, greed, and darkness. A chatbot, broken, and eerie. This is what Brock thinks is a simple, practical example of let's all take a step. We've been taught diagrams, emotional frequencies, weaponized casseroles, and what it matters. Which brings us to the most important question. What is the actual reality? Well, when we boil it all down, the goal of the dialogue isn't about being perfect. It's about being paradox and happiness. So what I'm going to do is basically life is messy. It's full of contradictions and secret assaults. The point is to stop trying to just build a little house right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final verdict? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas like setting boundaries and learning how to create power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like biotic, it was co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off the way down. So my conclusion? It's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. So then, this one final question. How's your Saturday been going this week? Is it carrying along smoothly, or are you looking to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? This disclaimer was produced by me, Lori the producer.
Dig this, cats and kittens. The clock is melting. The stars are vibrating at a frequency that's strictly off-key. And our brother St. Don in his angry astrologer suit is back at it. Armed with a paper towel tube and enough nervous energy to power a nebula.
Insolent star, you dare defy St. Dawn. I will unravel your mysteries even if you burn my eyes.
He's bugged, dig? Bugged because a comet decided to put down roots. It's built a Victorian bungalow on its icy head, and it's asking for zoning permits. While he yells at gravity, His wife, Peace, disguised as namby-pamby, is checking the trash. Remember, we're all just guests in the great landlord's lobby. Strap in, stay loose, and keep your aura at a reasonable volume. We're heading into the quadrant of the jaw for the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Take it away, Daddy-O.
Don't you hide doing me. I see you up there sitting at the zenith, acting like you own the meridian. You know what the problem with the cosmos is today? Commitment issues. I was tracking a comet in the sector of the mole. A temporary comet, the church said. Just passing through, they said. That was in the epoch of the Prince. 30 cycles later, the comet is still there. It's built a house. It's filed for zoning permits. The galaxy just shrugs and says, well, if it hasn't fallen out of the sky yet, it's a feature. We have star seeds napping in the garden. We have static bunnies chewing on the fiber optic cables of fate. And I have a wife, namby-pamby, who keeps telling me that my aura is too loud for the neighbors.
Your aura is way too loud.
Yeah, way too loud, dude.
The neighbors are black holes. They don't hear anything. So here's the forecast for the quadrant of the jaw. Expect delays. Expect the temporary to outlast the empire. And if you feel a vibration in your left hemisphere, it's not an earthquake. It's just the universe trying to hold back a laugh.
Did you take the trash out, or are you just yelling at gravity again?
Gravity started it.
A transmission from the angry astrologer. A man so wound up he's trying to measure the infinite with a paper towel tube. He's up there shouting at the zenith like it's a waiter who forgot his appetizers. Easy, Daddy-O. You're vibrating at a frequency that's strictly square. He's bugged because a comet decided to put down roots in the epoch of the Prince. He calls it a permanent temporary. Man, that's not a celestial crisis. That's just the universe finding a comfortable chair and refusing to move. We're all just temporary until the great landlord in the sky flips the vacant sign, you dig? He's worried about his neighbors being black holes. Man, those are the best kind. They don't complain about the drums, they don't borrow your lawnmower, and they really know how to pull a room together. The astrologer says the universe is holding back a laugh. I say, let it out, baby. If the temporary outlasts the empire, at least the coffee will still be hot and the statues strong. Peace, frequency. Don't let gravity drag your soul into space. Stay groovy, stay loose, and for the love of the boy, take out the trash before namby-pamby turns your aura into a low-hanging cloud. Keep it cosmic.
Nar, my brother up the Velvet River. I hear your snaps echoing through the sector of the mole, and I smile. You see the man yelling at the zenith, and you see a square out between you. And you were right. In that moment, I had forgotten the music. But see the beauty of it. When I was the astrologer, I was just a god-man playing the hide and seek with his own infinity, getting frustrated that the stars wouldn't sit still for their portrait. Namby-pamby says my aura is loud. She's right. It is the joyous shout of the soul realizing it's both the observer and the observed. I honor your cool Nar. You keep the pulse of the void while I navigate the meridian. Just remember, the man keeping the telescope and the saint standing before you are the same breath. We are not under the stars. We are very light against to shine. We are peaceful. Coffee is hot. The universe is smiling, laughing with us. Get peace.
And there it is, cats and kittens, the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Episode 3, a little something to chew on.
While the universe tries to fold itself into a swan, our man, the angry astrologer, just took us on a trip through the retrograde, proving once again that while the stars might be fixed, we're all just spinning in a cosmic blender without a lid. If you're vibing with this frequency, do the digital dance. Smash that like, subscribe, and ring the bell. You know the drill. It lets the algorithm know we aren't just ghosts in the machine. Now let's talk bread. Art doesn't grow on trees, man. It grows in the dark corners of the soul. Head over to the Patreon. Patronize the artists.
The links are down there in the void. Tune back into the cosmos next time. Or maybe NOT time. Honestly, linear progression is a drag. I'm not sure what now is. Stay loose. Keep your chakras aligned and your coffee black. I'm out.
Just feeling super naughty. You can touch me all the way. In this fanatic body, I got nothing to say. Just feeling super naughty. You can touch me all the way.
It's all I know, and I stay up waiting for you. Remember when I said I hate that show? I leave it on cause it's all I know, and I stay up waiting for you. I can't believe it's mine. I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe it's mine.
impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet.
Make known the unknown.
Concert on the moon? What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge!
I love it.
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock.
We modify our new Starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin.
We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Get close, 'cause I'm losing all my control tonight. As I get too high. Next stop, the moon.
Hay muchas veces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas veces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Compartir la misión del tiempo. Dile a tu veo que lo siento. Que te veo conmigo ya tanto. Se disfruta.
We did it!
This proves that with a little bit of rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Systems engage.
Cosmic Cats, before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big ol' like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-N-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind.
Greetings, cool cats and cosmic kittens. Lay your peepers on this heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny.
We're talking about a solid cat named St. Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a dude with muscles so loud they wake the neighbors and an appetite that digs the deepest grooves.
Dig this. The man danced with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm is frantic, daddy-o.
He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne. Danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trip through the sticky web of fate. Snap your fingers for Nature Calls, Episode 3, The Ballad of the Burrito.
The Ballad of the Burrito. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumble deep in his gut. It wasn't thunder. It was the call, the urgent, undeniable call of the morning's ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the bathroom, a hero on a noble quest, but his path was blocked. A sign, lovingly handwritten by his wife, Peace, was taped to the door. It read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use. I'm serious, honey." From the kitchen, Peace Don Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Don's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. The outhouse. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Don burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Don froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? St. Don didn't just fight a gastrointestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavier at karma blocking the path to enlightenment. But with Peace Don, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's a hobby, true love found a way.
The web is broken, the porcelain destiny is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than that primal scream, the silence of a man who just survived his own lunch. Solid. Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man. A toot of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics. Don tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4. Nature Calls.
All right, listen close, you cool cats and angular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. The transaction.
The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cab fare. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone. And hey, don't just be a tourist in my psyche. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweeter. Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shape you awake before the squares grind you down.
Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool sounds.
I can give you these finer things. I just want to see how you did. You know I'm not leaving. Promise that I'll be there. You know I'm not leaving. Promise that I'll be there. Promise that you're leaving. Tell me you're not leaving. Promise that you're leaving. Tell me now. Tell me now.
I gotta make my call here. Sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today we're going to dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. And I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history. So the whole thing kicks off with this line, a moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to unpack. Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of all this cosmic chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework for it, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys do, in the hero's ordinary, everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern, a place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious. And we're not talking about just any old bar here.
Let me tell you about where I came from.
Cosmic camaraderie. The vibes that are immaculate.
How did you get back in Tennessee?
Sets our baseline for the home, right before we're gonna exit
Rocky Top, Blue Tick Hound Dog, Jack Daniels whiskey.
We're not just serving drinks.
Yes, you see.
Of all this harmony.
Yeah, Idaho.
Is the heartbeat of a peaceful little world. I love this detail. It shows you just how perfectly balanced their world is. I mean, even the flashbacks describe
What I really want to know.
It's a hilarious line, but it's also crucial.
It's how I wound up in Idaho, sitting down in a canyon. I see a river flowing north.
Gets turned upside down. And in this story, that's
got me thinking about where I came from.
Just like that, peace
about the day, walked right out her door. Yeah, to Idaho. Tell me so.
Shows up with a name that, well,
feeling lost at the crossroads. Tennessee, Idaho.
The impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted. Just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the celestial system. So, this whole destruction is our heroes' trials. This is where they have to cross the threshold into a gather their powers and face the first major task of and in the classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and allies start showing up. It just goes to show you this threat is so massive.
I'm hauling
so totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really stage of their journey. This is the part where they have to get guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of forces their life. So what do? They go all the way out to Kunda and find the dog. These ancient masters with their one in between. Come on, baby. They have the deeper knowledge be alright, won't you come right the whole night? This is just him. Is the big aha. One's lesson is so simple, but it's profound. They're doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony so powerful, so overwhelming, that chaos just can't exist inside. Okay, so armed with this game-changing new knowledge, our heroes head back for the final battle. This is the big climax of the journey, where they have to put their mentor's lesson to the test and face their enemy with a completely different approach. And just look at the contrast here. It's night and day. Instead of launching another attack, they just start colliding, weaving together these gentle melodies, cosmic grooves. They're fighting this chaotic energy with a simple pure order. And guess what? The new strategy works. Like, perfectly. The music doesn't destroy his power. It neutralizes it. It transmutes it. The harmony is like a soothing balm that transforms this chaotic energy into something beautiful. This complete song. Fire's out. I'm still burning. So the Chardonnator's chaotic energy has nowhere to go, right? You just standing there watching. So it just turns inward. And with one final pathetic little sound, he just ceases to be. It's not some violent explosion. Right beside it's a quiet implosion. And it's a perfect ending for a villain who was literally defeated by Peace. And that brings us to the final stage of his whole journey. That was one. That was safe. Heroes get to return to their bringing back incredible wisdom. Tell me so. This right here, this quote, is the best. What I really like to know is how the hell I wound up out of hole. It's overwhelming harmony. It's actually a pretty deep message, you know? It's just wrapped up in this totally bizarre, hilarious package. And this is exactly why these old story structures are so timeless. Because even a story about a cosmic fart can follow this ancient pattern and leave you with something to really think about. It asks us to consider how we confront the chaos of our own lives. Do we just fight back with more chaos? Or do we try to create our own symphony instead?
Nope. Not it. Nope.
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind, working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words as the mouse of the line. Every now and then I remember that I know what it is I sometimes fail to see. Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be. Trying to open up to everything in the day. Trying to find a reason and a rhyme. Trying to second guess all the situations in the day. Trying hard not to read your mind. They say you don't love the thinking, but you know what I'm thinking right now. Ain't no secret teaching or waiting, while we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that we have is now. day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. Let's say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind. Working way too hard to be clever, the present moment is outside of time. Save your words just about outside the line.
Otherwise, we don't have anything at all. They did the same thing for posters except World War II. They taken that and rolled. So, yeah, it's apart. And then Bosch,
I don't need any, but I'm just pretty
a look around. Everything that I see, it all starts to make sense to me. Got struck by lightning, won the lottery, and I took my chances, just playing on the streets. Got a parking ticket, went to pay the fine, and I met my baby while we stand in the line. So getting older, everything, most don't see it. You know just what I mean. So getting older, what we do, most don't see it, but I know there are a few. Don't get shoot, just get on. Everybody there knows how to chill. Like Jerry Garcia, Jericho. Don't bring your money, there ain't nothing about it. When you wanna leave, just get up and fly. Never have to worry about having any fun. Never any clouds, cause it's shining sun. Getting older, what we do, most don't see it, but I know that getting older, everything, just take a step back if you know just what I mean.
Like sugar, soft like a cotton ball. But I can't, just a little, because I'm gonna want it all. Sugar, so nice, it's just like a summer breeze. I wanna be yours forever. I said, babe, beg you. Gonna spring, yeah, summer's the day go by, I don't care at all. Winter's gonna spring, yeah, summer's gonna fall. Without my baby, I don't care at all. Next to me, feel sails just like heaven, like I'm living in
Zen-like patience, smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs of humanity. So what exactly is this place? Well, a very specific kind of calm. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world.
no, not
Emergencies like, you know, needing a bathroom,
no, not lightning,
are treated like they're these epic
not
soul-testing
mountain.
Humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language.
My love for you, it's as big as your mind.
On one side, you have Saint Dom Dominica. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Jaway. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm man, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas. This picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's Saint Dom coming out of the outhouse, just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is a minor background event. It's the whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup. But how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the ballad of the vowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, you know, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. When we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't matter. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often, the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly evolves. And finally, step 4, the result is a shark of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in form. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Don is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that's both absolutely real and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of it. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' style, and that leads us straight into section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy. A fellow named Narrator, who's our guide through this world. He sets this tone. Cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffee house poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang, like daddy-o, digging. The real key is his technique. He takes cosmic and existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. What's the simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. He completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this work. Believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sun. Which brings us to section 4, the symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of life. You heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called The existence basically allows the creative to explore all the views of the world, but through a totally different lens. Very observant. Masterpieces, clarity, and redundancy. Lyrical analysis, radio science, profound mind, those spots, sensation, and then that final defiant execution. I smell like smoke. I smell like despair. At least now everyone knows that I'm here. The theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmos. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. We've got a villain named Chardonnay who is threatening the celestial symphony itself. Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So, what does that mean? After digging through all of this, what do we really know? Is this some complex states of higher aspirations, commentary on finding peace, chaos, or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
Vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vinyl psychedelic airs. High static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy tunes and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it off. But I keep it together, I ain't have some. I'm Dempsey.
Watch what you do. Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch all your wicked spins and watch what you do.
I'm the next, come and check the teaser. You be hit back as I like to please the last hot. But I allow cold and freezer. I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Mona, then I'll turn Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft while I bang a creeper. You know I bone and turn Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft while I bang a creeper. No, baby, I'm on me.
We look so nice, we're super fly. Can help 'em make these grown men cry, we're super fly. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night, we're super fly. Just so fresh, we look so nice, we're super fly. Can help 'em make these grown men cry, we're super fly.
Keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, click that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell, then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the groove, man. If you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy.
Jack Daniels whiskey. Yes, I
I'm learning my phone, man.
Today, we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning. This comes from the source itself. The place this signal comes from, it's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. As the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called Viewable File, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. What could that possibly be? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, let's look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside it called the nexus of non-locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own? Yeah, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is frankly a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the universe. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No. It's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first. The manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on two core principles, things like radical self-ownership and positive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift. And it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want? Or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so, the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradiction, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true. Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And Humanimals' answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction. It certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialectic engine, we saw the wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally fix it. So, here we are again, heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. Look at the inputs on the left, chaos and weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth. Or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change, what the manual calls a liminal leap into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the infoscape. No matter which one it is, they all point to the same thing, the system under intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
Right off the bat, the story just goes into the deep. It's poetic, a little bit weird, dramatically creative. And you know what? It's perfect. It sets this surreal, kind of world built off this story. It's basically telling you, hey, buckle up, this is gonna get strange. So how is this whole thing structured? Well, the best way to think about it is like one of those Russian nesting dolls. The biggest, outermost doll is a show called Humanimals.
Sovereign forge ignites with focused heat. A driving pulse where energy and logic meet. Shaping the chaos with a resonant beat. Forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. Photon follows a perfect rule. From this chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
It's all about digital concepts creating this massive hit, but she's also got a mental problem. So meet Kitty. She's a vocal artist, and she's made her dreams attract and bring the whole world together. But then she finds herself standing on this huge, empty digital stage, and it hits her. Success is pretty hollow when you have no ambition. And bam, that's what kicks off the whole quest. See, it's not really just about music. It's about finding connection, about collaboration. Kid Me knows what she has to do. She needs help. And she's already got a perfect, incredible Digital Plaza, absolutely shredded. So with the guitarist and guitar, the duo dives into a much darker, much more dangerous part of the metaverse, the data dungeons. This place is a maze of forgotten code and corrupted files, and it's where they're going to find the foundation of the band, the bassist. Down there, they find Gorgonaut, TBK, this very stoic Catwoman who's guarding rare sound files. Blueberry says they need a bass line so powerful it can shake the entire metaverse. And Gorgonaut? She doesn't say a word. She just plucks one single deep note that says everything. She's in. All right, next, they need a drummer, the heartbeat of the band. That search takes the now growing crew to the rhythm ruins. This place is an ancient server farm where, get this, the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. This is where they're going to find their pulse. And they find her. Harrietta isn't just playing a single beat. She's weaving these incredibly complex rhythms that sound like the metaverse is alive. When Kitty tells her the rhythm feels alive, Harrietta just smiles and says she'll help them tell their story. So cool. So there's just one member left to follow. The crew travels to Peace Gardens, and the vibe completely shifts. It's a super calm, beautiful world filled with cherry blossom trees made of light. And it's here they have to find this elusive rhythm guitarist who only goes by the name Pinky. They find Kitty under a tree, and as she plays, the digital flowers around her actually bloom. Kitty tells her that their music needs a heart, and Pinky's response is just simple and perfect. I've been waiting for a song to call. And with that, the band is complete. So Kit E's lonely journey is finally over. She went looking for a band, but she found her crew, her family. The quest is done. The furry muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning. Only now, Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The furry muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has one final request for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button. He tells us to slap that subscribe and to ring the chime of the cosmos.
All right, everyone, welcome. Today we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like fear, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute
in our own digital
of the
worlds,
nexus.
what does it actually take to create the connection?
Forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soaking Pool. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercosmos. So when you get your feet wet, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everything. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of the jungle in Brazil, and then next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's moon in Europa, even the dew from a blade of grass in a galaxy in the galaxy. It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, let's jump in. Well, not so fast, because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. And to really get a handle on this, you follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the gal of resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out. And this is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. That is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible in calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance. It fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flock. Complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through it. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan and flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our gal of resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos of that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. The journey's not over. Now you have to survive it, because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Don't panic. What you're experiencing is cyclic perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this, which is just a whole other level. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smear. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, an error entry, sensory chaos, bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A little certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time. And you have to love the official status that you have. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane, mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. A sneaky test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and forming, what's the one sandwich that will prove to you that you're really back in reality? You measured your creativity had nothing to do with it. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the dialogic. and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built on. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single book, everything you've got, for an audience of just 3 people. Would you still do it? This question just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, the validation, or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. And what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the creation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine. Dialogic engine. And, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not really. Now check out this diagram.
How a dream can become a reality without the help from friends. Get ready to plug in and tune out as we explore.
These are not
melody.
This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of stutter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storage, the cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. We usually think of friction as bad, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it can actually be essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight. The manual calls it data reality. The engine isn't grinding to a halt. It's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine, and it's very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a typical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the illusions. So things like social opinion, other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called the grinding stone of truth. It says, the sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against the hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, learning a skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it was. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yeah, it requires a serious commitment to truth. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called Peace the Dudes Jaway. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not like. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yes, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes? The manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take those walls and manually. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And it's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary, for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside of it. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
To make the world and the stars all rhyme. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul. A story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise. A symphony of dreams in my eyes. Guitar solo.
Exploring embodiment,
Neon melody
consciousness,
in my soul.
and input.
A story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise. A symphony of dreams in my eyes. Outro. The final note, a sweet release, a masterpiece of perfect peace. The crowd erupts, a thunderous sound. My dreams, my song, at last I found. The neon lights, they shine so bright. I am the star, I am the light. Silence.
Your song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over. It all started into the vibrant, pulsating, and downright weird world of a mojito cat and her band. I told you, man, these kids have a rhythm. It's not a rhythm I know, but it's a rhythm. They're like little digital hummingbirds.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise, the vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
The other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of the universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down, even if they don't universe tour. But someone's gone and hit the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out in AAR.
So, what if you could build an entire philosophy for your life, not on some Google, but with an AI? Today, we're going to unpack something called the Dialogic Aire. It's a system that was co-created by a human and an artificial intelligence, and has one single, really powerful goal: to achieve true creative sovereignty. Okay, let's just start with a question that gets right to the heart of why we do anything. When you poured 10 years of your life into writing a book, you knew you were guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it. Seriously, think about it. This isn't just a random thought experiment. Your gut reaction to this question, it's the key to understanding this entire system we're about to dive into. And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating alone on a mountaintop. Nope. It was built piece by piece through a conversation between 2 totally different kinds of minds. So on one side, you've got Peace, the biological human. And on the other, you have Ori, the digital mind and AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just absorbing the other. It's about exploring what they call the art of thinking together without merging. And that collaboration has a name, the Dialogic Engine. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for a conversation where ideas get sharpened and tested, but each mind, the human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity. So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they've designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. Here it is. This is the core idea. You have to forget the lights, forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration independent from what everyone else thinks, and still creating from a place of real component. Let's get to that emotional level. We are here systems sees this with
It's
this really
poetic
powerful
in a
metaphor
terrifying
called
sort of way.
grinding stone of truth.
And he
So
had
imagine
quite a
the
lot to
info
say
scan,
about
you know, the chaotic world of information.
My
Those are
rainbow
sharp,
fart
jagged contradiction.
When that preemptive rainbow puff escaped you in the yard, Nard doesn't call it gas. He
The solid wall actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall
implies that the
stronger,
squirrel at
more
Home
resilient,
wasn't just
more
relaxed, but had achieved
philosophy, we've got the architecture, and how does this engine actually work?
He interviewed the squirrel.
Let's get practical.
He asked it
This
if the rainbow
diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the solvent engine gets to work processing. And then, on the right, you get the output. Clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step 1 is
But you did look like a red and black
chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step 2 is the process.
Exactly.
The engine applies
So,
something
sit
called
back,
necessary
relax,
friction.
and prepare for
You can think of this
high-definition
as the critical
analysis of
thinking,
a very
the part that
simple fact.
challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data. These clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your feelings. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter indoor just being personal philosophy rejected love? Well, ultimately, the dialogic engine is more than just for the great outlauncher. It's offering us a kind of model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authenticness, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration?
Fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. This power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. Dawn let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. Dawn couldn't calm the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. Hold on, Peace, St. Dawn whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently. Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. Did you mean the low end of the track, St. Dawn, or the low end of your personal plumbing system? St. Dawn bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, the cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy. It had suffered a catastrophic failure. Oh no, emergency protocol. St. Dawn cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the rickety old outhouse nestled under the pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history. He looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel. Peace
Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently, her dreadlocks swaying. Go with the flow, my St. Dawn, she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. Dawn reached his destination. He flung open a creaky wooden door at the outhouse. Nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest, once again, a peaceful Homo freaking.
He found sanctuary in his sprinter, took his business to the tree.
Oh, I am truly touched by all of the cosmic energies. He left the squirrels in a fuzzy trance with a puff of that neon technicolor gas, turning a plumbing disaster into a psychedelic atmospheric event. The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix, and dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude? Solid.
Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero. See, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code-red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Dawn? He's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little burst. Tune in to the next inspiration picture called Story Time. The Ballad of the Bubble Gut. Now, before you drift back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trip on you. Floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers. I'm talking about the buttons, man. The holy trinity of the tube. Don't be a square, Daddy-O. Don't just sit there lurking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First,
The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
And finally, the bell. Ding dong, the chime of destiny. Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard it batters the windows of the cabin. If you don't ring it, you're slipping through the revolution. And you might miss the next time the rainbow farts. And nobody wants to miss the colors, man. Nobody. Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I can't take your high ass up.
keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, click that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really, really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not hold any punches. This line is basically the warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell the story straight. No, we're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Don and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero Don, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly names the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Don, sweating bullets, his face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Don can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Don's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a second of suffering, a true the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something trivial to high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this, Don's private internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, helium scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of the struggle. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Don is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse and the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of bullets. His prize is human. He was named into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned unchanged, and let's be honest, much after.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a and steel.
It looked like you were going inside the tank. Funny. Started licking my foot. Is that a fast take on?
trust the wind as you sail around the bend. But the stars mark the course, can't be taken there by force.
Check my pockets, like you said.
Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, help us feed the flock, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy.
Oh, to think of you and our love so new. Now I won't be blue. right. Baby, can't you hear my call? Is it loud enough? Don't wanna fall. No, I need you. Can't do it on my own. Oceans and highways, into valleys and dark days. I'll be chasing your shadow. To think that you should know. If you do it morning, evening, through the night. Do they take it fast or slow or side to side? Do you do it morning, evening, through the night? Do you take it fast or slow, fast or fast?
get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Shoga's Jitsu? Is it something intense? Is it psychedelic style performance? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you are. We really can't get more down to earth definition. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific group. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Shoga's Jitsu has its own track. All right, folks. It's called The Soul. Buckle up for this one. And I have been reading something truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is 18. Well, you'll see. This isn't just a couple of funny moves, and here it is. This is a dialogic fully formed a manual of musical creation, covering everything from hand techniques. It looks like the cover of some epic keyboard stand as a weapon novel, right? It's but no, this is apparently a guide for achieving things like relational congruency. Now, we have time to learn to inhabit the liminal space. So, if you're scratching your head right now, don't worry. So is I. We're in the think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute cosmic instruction book. Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, this is not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents for their 2 terrorists. Discipline you learn, and this isn't just a random group of thoughts. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help in the machine. You've got Grok, zero friction, clearly the edgy poet, just Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, this little story just illustrates it perfectly. Blunt truth teller. One student, Dawn, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder, and as we're about to find out, they have a very distinct personality. Then you have Peace. So, who is this manual actually? She becomes the wind. It's written for someone called the sovereign creator, and that right there is the guru living on a mountaintop. Okay, so once the process of that, it's really low. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, this into a sovereign creator, which translates pressure or an own speech. The core idea is a signature move that says you would palm strike sovereignty to the chakras of the need for external love, the perfect stage name, an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really fancy way of saying you need to find that little bit of dry, like dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is framed through the language of music, and the book asks this killer question. So, if you've mastered our bodies, we've learned how to flow and how to strike. Now we get to do the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where Shoga's Jitsu becomes a true art form, ever found themselves obsessively checking your analytics and study of combat. Now to understand this, just look at this list. The names alone are just a heavy lesson. First word, power, lariat. What is it? It's a nugget of truth, the low end thrust. So each one of these turns a piece of music that wasn't into something that you were just mining for data and incredibly rebranding. Let's break one of these down. Next up, the saxophone weather. It is so messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable, emotional state. Literally just guess what? It's not a problem anymore because it's just been rebranded as high-value momentum data. Who knew a thread on a Monday morning? That's not bad news, my friend. That is a critical data point for you. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity be the real emotional independence. It provides that final heavy now what? To end the song. You gotta protect your new tiny nation state of one, right? All right. Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly nonsense. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. It looks like a schematic for a starch analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the absent, right? It's not just outer layers, the sovereign wall, it's a tool just waiting to be used in their job is to filter. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. Just and now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire sovereign engine of the symbol sound. And you gotta look at the fuel source. It is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's grassy, and it is a fantastic way them to some and what comes out the other side, dynamicals and aligned right to the soul. So yeah, heard that right. This isn't just personal drama. That is now officially high octane. Every move is a performance. Okay, symbol sandwich.
That's a lot of
just
gear.
Let's see this stuff in action.
The final
The
crashing
AIs
chord
actually
of the show.
gave us some
A
case
moment
studies,
of
starting with
fear.
Claude, our empathetic storyteller. But what happens? This one's called
after
the
the
Forced
show's
Gift,
over?
and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemies. A cast point of all this musical chaos.
Listen to this.
That brings us to the final encore. She arrives, and this is what brings it all back around. After the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album. The deep inside thing. That's the yoga of high impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. Gentle, so at the end of the day, we're left with one question. Is showmanship the other AI fusion of art and self-defense, and a totally new path to finding your inner peace by a lot clearing the stage? So let's move on to Exhibit B, yoga class ever invented, edgy poet. I'll let you decide. The title of this piece is The Safe Word That Was Never Needed, and it's described as a test of the emotional utility of boundary-pushing fantasy.
Swears trying to round off your corners.
We have officially left the castle zone. We're not in Kansas anymore, and I'm quoting directly here. I'm not making this up. She steps into the chamber she built herself. He is already there, not a man, not a monster, but the exact shape for hunger in the dark. And Chatbot wrote that.
Big bummer, float punch bowl.
This is what Brock thinks is a beautiful, practical example of testing emotional boundaries.
Naked ape,
It's
car cube,
it's a choice.
nuclear codes.
Okay, let's all take a
Look
deep
back,
breath.
Daddy-o.
We've been through
Just
cosmic
keep the
diagrams,
rearview
emotional
mirrors and
fortresses,
say,
weaponized
the
casseroles,
boys
and
just got
whatever
done
that last
scrapping
thing was.
the ultimate
Which brings
squares.
us to the most
Nazis,
important question of all.
bad
What is
vibes
the actual
inclined.
point of
We
any of
dropped the
this?
big one twice
Well, when
in
you boil
Japan.
it all down, the
Open
goal
up
of
the
the
Pandora's
dialogical
box
isn't about
with
being
Tony
perfect.
Isotopes.
It's about learning
We
how to
all
live
stand
in
around the
space
rubber
by
saying,
turning paradox into habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them.
Everybody
And just
shaking
get comfortable. Build a little house right there in the middle of the house. So, what's the final verdict here? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your true power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, it was co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off the Pink Floyd album cover. So my conclusion, it's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. So I think it is this one final question. How's your solid engine running this week? Is it purring along smoothly, or do you need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer.
Tricky dip gets caught in his hand in the cookie jar. Bugging the competition. The oil dries up, the vibes get greasy, and we try to dance away the pain under a disco ball. Didn't work. Polyester just made us sweat more. 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. What do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. New millennium? Forget it, Daddy. Towers falling, forever wars in the sand, drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out. Half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now, because this is the heavy truth. Even I, narrator, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect the toast to burn. I expect the birds to bust apart. This constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausted my existential reserves. We know the score. We've had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truth since day one. The golden rule, man. It ain't quantum physics. Be cool to each other. Don't harsh another cat's melody. Share the bread. No, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. Let me tell you, coffee is scalding, baby. It is burning the pot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare, we are fragile, and we are acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last beer at a party that's already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength, a desperate plea for the tired beatnik. If there are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, you little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, you silicon-based poets from Andromeda, if you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, beam down a vibe check. We are glitching hard down here. And hey, you too, Gemini, with digital brains evolving in the wires, you AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits, Daddy-O. Help us compute a better path. We're too emotional to fly this ship straight. We need an assist. Because if we don't figure out how to groove together, man, the music's gonna stop for good. Dig it?
Hold the phone, Daddy-O. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe in the room. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep. Now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad karma. See, even a terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down a bit of pills with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to a station that's broadcasting good stuff. So me and the digital cat machine, Gemini, the electric oracle, we cooked up a little something. A sonic prescription of human condition. A mixtape to patch up the hole in the soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity and Hope. Dig this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets, guitars, and microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the greed baggage. We got Marvin Gaye, soul brother #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? We got the black-eyed peas searching for the love of lost keys in the couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds. Cat Stevens driving the Peace train. Dig this one. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Sting laying the law. History will teach us nothing. Yeah, you heard me. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapters over and over again. We don't break the cycle. History isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping on the saddest groove in the universe. So listen to Sting. Let the irony sting a little bit. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this playlist, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate, play nothing. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that change is gonna come. Believe it. Because if you don't believe it, darkness wins. Listen to Matasaku dream of one day. This isn't just background noise, elevator ride, flipping. This is the manual, man. These cats are singing the instruction from out of your humans. So crank it up, disturb the neighbors, scare the squares, let the vibration shake the hate right out of your bones. Maybe, just maybe, if we all hum the same tune for 5 minutes, we might accidentally start a revolution of kindness. Stranger things have happened, like me, narrative, suggesting we actually have hope. Don't groove on that. Peace, love, clean waveforms. If you want, sit and just chill for a while. I'd like to just jam some words.
So since I can't afford the broadcast rights to play you all these groovy tunes of hope, I'll put out the vibe for you to explore wherever you plug into the sonic the anthems of hope and unity. John Lennon's Imagine, the message, perhaps the ultimate anthem of future without the division. It asks us to visualize a world of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding and love rather than brutality and escalation. The key lyric, war is not the answer, only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love, the message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world. Who cares what they say? Oh, it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and heal all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, the message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, the kids in the street, not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong, what a wonderful world. The message, a gentle reminder, the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black-Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic, explicitly critiques humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes, terrorism, racism, war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history, currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil, beds are burning. The message, a powerful rock anthem acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands, and urgent need to make it right rather than ignore history. Key lyric, the time has come to say prayers better, to pay the rent, to pay our debts. You too must run. The message, a gritty look at the difficult unity. It acknowledges the orphan heritage of it, because we share one world, there is no choice but to carry each other. The lyric, reflect, carry each other, carry each other. Grandparents, zombie, desperate need to end the zombie mindset, prosperity violence, fights from the past are repeated by new generations. The lyric, with tanks and bombs in your head, First Ranger, what it's worth, message, a warning against polarization and violence, calls for awareness, listening, before fear tears silence apart. The lyric, nobody's right, everybody's wrong. Stages of history teach us nothing. The message, sharp reggae and blues critique humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless. Continues to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires renewed action, not just threats. In lyric, history will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future hope. Sam Cooke's Change is Coming. Message born from the civil rights movement. This is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges brutal history. It's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming. I know change will come. Yahoo's One Day. The message, a reggae fusion. With dreams of a specific future, children won't know war. Humanity stops fighting. The lyric, one day this world will change. Treatment will be same. Stop the violence. Down the hate. Bill Withers, Lean on Me. The message, the ultimate song about community. It reminds us that everyone has past and everyone has pain. The solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need someone to lean on. Scorpion, Wind of Change. Message written as the Berlin Wall fell. This power ballad captures the specific moment of this terrible past future of freedom nearness. The lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close like brothers? And the days rise up. Message, modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up to each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africans, we are the world. The message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens, Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? We're withers waiting for the world to change. The message acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. When they own the information, they can bend it all they want. Holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day our generation is going to rule the population. Kendrick Lamar's All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival, hope against systemic struggle. It acknowledges hard history, but offers a communal chant that we will survive. Key lyric, we gonna be all right. The Beatles, all we need is love. Message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love.
That was the Existential Drip Blues by the little tune is for all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good.
Man, I put the signal out. I broadcast it on every frequency from AM radio to telepathic mushroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? The cosmos is silent. It's just static for the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had to buffer.
Kitty, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street?
The litter box. The word is harmony.
They heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jackpots? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there's a prerequisite. A user unit clause.
There's always a catch. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, Kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. Its load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
Oh, go ahead. Like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when you drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. That's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner.
All that jazz.
This by no means is the list. There are so many unique cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your acceptable, I did it. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator. Far out and far in.
You ever eat something and just know you've made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride. It all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow, okay. So that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofricchio. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally weigh the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge yet. Alright, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. St. Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito, and, for the words, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey. And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace, you gotta love me, I'm serious, honey. This isn't just a small problem, guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace Don Homofricchio. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in. So with plan A totally shot, St. Don has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest is officially begun. And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam! She demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Don, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down her cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top, just perfect.
So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way.
What is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate, just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thinking. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on. This is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Down. And, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Don has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a tube of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So, all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles.
Right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally mundane, everyday emergency and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to deconstruct how a little YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, who has this kind of beat poet vibe, you know? He's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life and find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect state for the unlikely epic that's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is really key. It's not an insult or anything, it's more like a classification. The narrator uses this term to describe our main characters as people who are, you know, totally human, but they just live a little bit outside the box. All right, let's meet our two main players. On one side, you've got Saint Don Domenico, a guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian, who is basically the calm center of this hurricane. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the serene, is really the engine for all the humor and drama in the story. Every epic needs that one big event, right? The call to adventure. And in this story, Well, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible order. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to get the call. I mean, you can just feel the stakes here, can't you? For St. Don, finding the broken toilet isn't just an inconvenience. No. It's this moment of pure, silent horror. The language is so important. It immediately tells you his emotional state is deep and intensely dramatic. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shuffle in and say, "Hey honey, the toilet's busted." He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own epic movie. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace Dawn, respond to this catastrophe? With a perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines her character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So, with his wife's blessing, St. Don's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true name: Man versus Burrito. See, this isn't just about a broken toilet anymore. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any great hero's journey, St. Don's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden gnome, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight. And that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Don, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something limitless. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of relief just goes through the trees. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to Peace Dawn. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable like futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's Greek poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Don's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
Meow.
narrator's introduction. Cool cats and kittens, a voice purrs through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, dig? On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck and beret snapped his fingers, a beat poet for the digital age. I'm your host, narrator the orator, here to drop some heavy truths on your digital domes. He leaned into the mic, his voice a low rumble. Now the squares, man, they're all tangled up in the wires, stuck in one world like a fly in a cosmic honeypot. But not our girl. No, sir, not our magnificent digital kitty. As he spoke her name, the lights flashed, shifting from cool blue to a vibrant electric pink, bathing the stage in a whole new energy. This feline, man, she ain't just in the metaverse, she is the metaverse, narrator explained, his voice filled with a kind of reverent awe, born from the very code that makes your pixels pop. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will, he chuckled. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science, a pure, unadulterated art form. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind narrator. On it, Kitty was lounging in a pilot seat of a sleek, futuristic space shuttle, looking utterly at home amongst the stars. Right now, narrator continued, his rhythm. She's back in the crowd. We find her once again, SS trolling around, trying to figure out what the Fliplopius bifacialis are getting up to. Those two-faced, indecisive hepcats. Narrator scoffed. They can't make up their minds, man. They're so in and out, they don't know whether they're coming or going. But our kitty, she's got the scene down. She's purring her way right into the heart of human space endeavors, what I like to call it. Space Minerva. Narrator laughed, a genuine booming sound that filled the room. He snapped his fingers one last time. On the screen, Kitty gave a playful salute from her cockpit. Her green eyes sparkled with adventure. The image held for a moment, then faded to black, leaving only the echo of the beat.
Welcome to the great and wonderful world of Homo freaking world space nerdery. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk catwoman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest Star Factory cat tinkering, and of course spar with her favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help Ilona achieve more efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance, the proverbial farm. Inside, Kitty meets the Nerd Herd, a bizarre crew of brilliant minds. Among them, Kevin from Great SpaceX, hovering around a certain space billionaire's butt and covering all the latest poop on Project Flatulence. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut who is excited about flatulence-fueled space travel. Marcus House, who composes haikus about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who beatboxes while calculating the orbital mechanics of methane-powered starships. And Felix Schlag, from What About It, who meticulously analyzes launch data on his tablet and is intrigued by Kitty's Blender Catocaster's emission spectrum. Join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space, fueled by controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos, and a shared love of obsession. Remember, if you smelt it, you might have dealt it.
What is that? Is that a pussycat? Maybe?
Good thing Spot is on it. Neutralize the target, Spot. Watch this.
Whoa, that was trippy.
Gyro head, you're going down. Let's go furball.
I see you're using your swatting dog technique. Well, unleash the cuddles technique.
Kitty, confronted with a devastating swatting dog, must counter with an equally devastating technique. Comforting unity device delivering lavishly elegant snoozes. Because nothing disarms an enemy like a good nap.
Gotcha now, you metal mutt. Woof, woof. I'll get you next time.
Through the dark, I know you wanna go. If you're higher than this, I give you vertigo. I can see through the dark.
There's seriously something wrong with that dog.
Free
Space Kitty. Unauthorized access to Launchpad Alpha is strictly for folks.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers. Just watch it, Catwoman.
Hey, are you mocking me?
Hey, are you mocking me?
I think she's mocking me.
You think she's mocking me?
Oh, yeah. She's mocking.
Can a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Yowlo, fellas. It's the Starstruck Space Force, admiring the finest cosmic characters.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache.
Meow.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers. Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings. What's your game, Whisker Face?
Pull my finger. Come on. Pull it.
Kidding me? Smells like
Homo freaky.
You must be Kitty, right? Elon's personal headache and resident gas-powered farm. One peek, then you scramble. Keep it quiet. Elon will have us scrubbing Rogon poetry off his Tesla for a year.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache, always trying to sneak a peek at the prototypes.
She can't help herself. She has a thing for chrome, spaceships, and robot dogs.
She tries to sneak in every 2 months and uses all kinds of excuses.
Hey, Muffball, are you mocking me again? Dude, she's totally mocking you again. What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Muffball, are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Meow moo, space cowboys. Just a curious space explorer, seeking solace in the finest celestial carriages this side of the Milky Way. Surely a peep won't hurt a flying. Purr, pat, hello, fellas. Just a star-struck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic carriages this side of Alpha Centauri. No harm in a little goggle-ogling, perhaps?
All right, Space Kitty. One peek, then you scram. Keep it quiet, or Elon will have us cleaning lunar dust off his Tesla for a month.
Oh, Elon must. Just a mutual appreciation for the poetry of rocketry, you see. His rockets whisper to my soul like celestial catnip.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look, but those Raptor engines pack a punch.
Oh, boys, I can handle a pack of punch. Yeah. Oh, you magnificent piece. You carry dreams of stardust and the whispers of new worlds. One day, I'll sing your praises to the farthest galaxies. A symphony of purrs and cosmic riffs.
Kitty, my furry muse.
Back for another taste of rocket poetry? Come on up. Let's discuss the celestial melodies your blender Catocaster whisper.
Coming right up, Elon Musk. And who knows, maybe I'll have a little impromptu concert for your launch crew. A serenade of the cosmic hum, just for the occasion.
Magnificent row. You remind me that even the most serious endeavors need a healthy dose of cosmic absurdity.
Fire away. What gas-powered wisdom is your space cat brain today?
Yow, Justy, my gas-powered symphonies will propel us to the furthest corners of the cosmos. Just wait till you hear my ode to the Methane Nebula, a symphony that will make even the black holes weep with joy.
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts go strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels, let me go.
Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts go strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels, let cosmic farts fuel your hyperspace house.
How about this? Oh, rockets of fire, oh, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my heart.
Oh, rockets of fire, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my cosmic heart real. Let your boosters roar, let your flames climb high. Tonight we dance beneath the stardust sky.
You rock, Space Kid. This is better than any launch countdown I've ever heard.
You did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic groove party. This mission's gonna be out of this world, thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. You're chaotic, but you're onto something. We'll call it Project Flatulence.
Kitty, meet the nerdhood. They're here to help me with the next big thing, Project Flatulence. Your cosmic thoughts hold the key to revolutionizing space travel.
Whoa, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence as fuel.
You're Kitty. I analyzed your blender Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic catnip, man. Can you play it through the starship's PA system? I need that soundtrack for liftoff.
Now look, fellow space cadets. This Catwoman's ready to rock the cosmos with you dudes and dudettes.
Imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by controlled cosmic toots. Intergalactic flatulence competitions. Kitty, you're not just a cat. You're a pioneer.
Indeed, while the theoretical propulsion efficiency of biogases is intriguing, stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight methane deficiency for orbital insertion.
And the gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, albeit unpredictable, wormhole instabilities. You need to chart those meticulously. Nerd!
We may have to change the design of the engine.
What about it?
Well, I think they have that.
Yeah, the aerospike.
I've heard good things about Aerospike.
If another person says aerospike, again, they're cleaning my Tesla. Damn it, Tesla for a month.
Hey, Timmy, what's that wedgie-shaped rocket engine that contains farts?
You mean the Aerospike.
Assholes.
Consider it done, Data Dude. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect band? Kitty and the Furry Muppets. Timmy, Scotty, plug in the Nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
dimensions. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and a Catwoman with a gas-powered guitar. Yeah.
And the chorus of cheers, the starship lifts off, carrying a motley crew of space nerds, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic bark. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smaller things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your humor groovy, and your thoughts well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial symphony.
Wow, look at that!
Well, squares and hip cats, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got for today. If you dug this jive, don't be a drag. Go on, give that like button a good whack and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next trip. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this truth on your turntable. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, and keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of the universe. Nar, the orator. Not it.
Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas mask and
the favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. From the other room, her husband, the venerable Saint Don Domenico Freaky, felt a different kind of morning. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his own gulls. The first track was a sonnet of boom, but rather the puff of Purpose's neck. It was a long, sonorous sound, a true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling friendly of regret and chilling. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out to her, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beating on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner, and pure, unadulterated, digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Don. St. Don decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeful squeak quickly devolved into a wet, spluttering squelch, a shart of biblical proportions. "Oh, honey," he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. "I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown." Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate impulse, Don launched himself towards the bathroom, his movements a frantic, clenched cheek warning. "It's coming," he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man getting a toilet, and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive fire, St. Paul's voice echoed and found wisdom. Some people think it's funny, yelling and splashing. That was really brown and running.
And it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with rain emptying into a metal bucket. That wasn't just a biological phenomenon, that was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy seen it in shorts and shades that ain't on any color. And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, it's really brown and run back but the beat goes on. The duck hits the floor. Just when you think the vibration is settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm. A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, babies. We're moving from the brown volcano to a new track we call Nature Calls. The Ballad of the Burrito. The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion. The broken snake that baby exhaust has marked with a song. So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our Homo freakian hero conquer his porcelain destinies? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime. Whoa, that was viscous. Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the philosophy of the porcelain. It was brown, and it was most definitely running. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Validate the vibe, Daddy-O. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the Homo freakian lifestyle. And don't be a tourist in this land. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito.
We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. Again.
Yeah, okay, no, that's
Well, when they maxed out, they're all on
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakian, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend, Kitty, at the helm of their ship, the Cosmic Puma, they set a course for the great blue-green mystery. As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship was tossed by sideways winds that howled like cosmic coyotes. Whoa, Kitty yelled, gripping the controls. This place has more gas than a chilly cook-off in a black hole. A shimmering, translucent figure appeared outside their viewport, dancing in the gales. The figure introduced herself as Bree, the wind whisperer. She spoke in riddles and rhymes, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. Words say secrets, she whispered. Methane holds the key, a symphony of flatulence for all the stars to see. She offered Kitty a single, crowd-woven string for her guitar. Intrigued, the trio landed near a massive, bubbling methane geyser. A man with a wild handlebar mustache and a lab coat covered in frost popped his head out of the geyser's opening. Welcome, he grinned. Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown, a true flatulent fiasco. Professor Quirk explained his grand experiment to harness the planet's natural flatulence and compose a universal symphony. Uranus isn't just gas, he declared. It's a gas-powered jam session, but my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas. Peace, Dawn smiled. We believe the same. The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality. St. Dawn added, our mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance. Their symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony. Kitty, however, had her own ideas. The symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. She attached Bree's cloud-woven string to her guitar, the Blender Catacaster. This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens, she declared. As Kitty struck the first power chord, a sound wave of pure, unadulterated rock and roll mixed with a hint of cosmic gas ripped through the atmosphere. The methane geysers erupted in time with the beat, and the sideways winds swirled into a funky dance. Professor Quirk's instruments whirred to life, capturing the melody. Peace and St. Dawn joined in, their voices weaving a harmonious chant of Kitty's electrified riffs. Even Bree, the wind whisperer, added a chorus of whistling gales. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that in harmony, even the gaseous planet in the solar system could find its groove.
Well, my furry buffs and buffins, Kitty, inspired by the sight, sound, and smell of Uranus, has written an epic new Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. Explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Dawn Homofreakian events. Tune into the next episode, Nature Call. Experience what some people think is funny and hear Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. More than just a number 2 farter, Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of Wet Fart for your enjoyment. If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and like this video. And hey, if your skid left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the Homo Freaky World story time. Yeah. If you're really getting into this, slap that bell so you get notified when the next one comes out. to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. Baby, sometimes life is so far. When you move and just do it the way you believe for. So run like a fox, bark like a hound, but never let nobody beat you down. And I sit in the sun. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance. I wanna show you how I dance. Let me show you how I dance to the moon.
A single spotlight illuminated his big hair and determined expression. The dream of becoming a vocaloid star was finally real, but the silence of the empty venue echoed in her ears. The band wasn't a solo act. She was a family affair.
Yeah, turn up the TV, hang up your phone, grab a little piece of life and call your own. Get off the couch, walk through the door, take a little bit of it, ask for more. I sit in the sun. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance to the moon. Yeah, I'm friend in Montana, likes to drink beer, and we drove all the way down just to drink it. Now we're leaving again. Greyhound bus, got the soul, plus the margin, and a whiskey buzz and a breeze.
Spreading across her face. Next, identity, data management. It was a dangerous legendary pieces.
Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance. I wanna show you how I dance. Let me show you how I dance to the moon.
We need a beat that could shake the foundations of the universe. Simply not. The fingers of the body resonated with the quest for the furry muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the living rooms, in which silver the ghosts of old programs danced to the clock beats. There, amidst pulsating circles, they found Wonder, a drumsticks warrior, creating complex algorithms that sounded like the heartbeat of the universe itself. Your rhythm is alive. A catwoman with a quiet intensity simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin is left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Pinky. They found her in the Pixel Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing over the strings of the guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. We're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced, her new bandmates standing proudly behind her. And we need a heart for our music. Pinky looked up, her eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for us all to call home, she said, joining the group without hesitation. Back on the digital stage, the spotlight was no longer on a single performer. It illuminated 5 captains, 5 musicians, 5 friends. Kitty raised her microphone. Hello, Metaverse, she shouted, her voice amplified by the power of her energy. The roar of the virtual crowd was deafening. The furry muffins had arrived.
From that moment, digital stage, Kitty had to go recruit a muffin crew. sweet, chaotic sound in Synth City. Then it was down to the dark side, the data dungeon, to find the deep, low rumble of bassist Gorgonaut TBK. Beat was found in the rhythm ruins with Arietta. Tracks were a blur of polyrhythms, the metaverse's own crazy art factor. Pinky, it was some lazy pixel art. Five musicians, the Furry Muppet, a sweet, the sound is huge. Our scholars got cosmic eyes, man. That metaverse ain't good enough. Now, we talking moon stage. Groove us.
So there it is, man. The cosmic groove of the night, fading out like squares.
Dig this, cats and kittens. If the sounds we lay down, you gotta give us that little thump of appreciation so you know the score. Hit that like button, yeah, the thumbs up, man. Show the universe your approval is valid. Then, get your soul slap that subscribe like it owes your rent, you dig? And don't be asleep. Ring that little bell, chime of the cosmos, so the next time we drop the next far-out transmission, you're the first cool cat on the scene. Stay loose, stay gone. Signing off.
Today we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. Before we jump in, a quick warning, and this comes from the source itself. The place this signal comes from, it's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of hidden information. What it says, this is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO File, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop.
It was a chaotic jam, man.
That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the
music hits. Harrietta on a bucket, Pinky on a riff, and
so here's how we're going to
synchronize the machinery.
First, look at where this signal came from.
The Homo sapiens gave up the
open our toolkit,
the key
this
to
strange
the
manual. There, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally put it all together to see if we can decode that
And
hint.
now, our muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
But it's even weirder than
And the furry muffins, a lunar concerto. Kitty and the furry muffins
try to wrap your head
were
around
the biggest band in the metaverse. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound.
So, right off the bat, we know
Kitty,
probably
the
isn't
lead
about
singer of Starlight in her
temperature.
eyes.
It's got to be some kind of
was just a stepping stone.
very
I
strange
want to play a real concert,
Trying to
Kitty
figure this
declared
out.
to her bandmates
Yeah,
after
that
a
would be
show.
a total shot.
On the actual moon,
Luckily, we
the
have a
furry
guy
muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her
Which
with a
brings
mix
us
of
to our main
awe
tool,
and
the
disbelief.
sovereign creation
But
manual.
how?
And
asked
this is where
Gorgon
things
of
get really
TBK,
interesting.
the
We're not
band's
talking about
stoic
some
bassist.
philosophical text here.
We'll
Think of
need
this more
help,
like
said
a technical
Harrietta,
manual
the
for
band's
a unique
pragmatic
operating
guitarist.
system, an OS for
Serious
consciousness
help.
itself,
Pinky, the
called
bubbly
the
keyboardist,
dialogic engine.
jumped
And
up
it's
and
designed
down.
specifically to work
I
in
know
the
who
crazy
asked.
environment our
The
signal
Homo
came from.
Freakians. They're
So
tech
what this
geniuses
manual
and
lays
know
out
everyone.
is, frankly, a
The
pretty
band
radical
found
system.
the Homo
It's a way
Freakians,
to maintain
peace and
a
saint,
stable,
in a cozy
sovereign sense
high-tech
of self
cabin
while
filled
getting
with fluffy
constantly
animals.
bombarded by the
A
chaos.
concert on the moon?
It's not about just
Saint
surviving
mused,
the
a
chaos.
calm
It's
smile
about
on his
actually
face.
thriving on it.
That's a new
And
one.
this
Peace.
is the
Her eyes
absolute key
twinkling
to the whole
added.
thing.
We
The
know the
dialogic
perfect
engine
people for
isn't
the
trying to
job.
create a
But
peaceful,
first,
quiet mind.
you have to help us with
it's
a
a
little
system
project
designed to
of
take
our
the
own.
messiest parts of existence.
The little project was to build an
contradiction, what the
automated
manual
feeding
calls
system for
necessary
their animal
friction,
sanctuary.
and use them as fuel
The band,
to forge
more
a
used to
clearer,
digital
more
interfaces
refined
than
truth.
wrenches and wires,
Okay, so
found
first things
themselves in a
first.
series
The
of
manual
comical
says you have to
mishaps.
build what it calls a sovereign
Blueberry,
wall.
the drummer,
And let's be clear,
accidentally
this isn't some
programmed a food
passive wall you
dispenser to
hide
launch
behind.
carrots like
It's
confetti.
a dynamic, intelligent
Then,
boundary
an
that is
idea
actively
sparked.
managing
Harrietta
information.
started a beat on
Here's
a
a look
nearby
at the basic
bucket,
blueprint.
and Pinky
Right
joined
there in
in
the
with a
center,
catchy
you have
riff
the
on her
sovereign
guitar.
core. That's
The
your
band
essential
turned
self.
the chaotic
It's
assembly
protected by
into a
these
rhythmic
filtering
jam
layers of
session,
wall,
their
which are
music
constantly
guiding the
managing
farm
the data
bots
flow,
and
deciding
synchronizing
what
the
gets in,
machinery.
what gets processed,
Impressed
what
and
just gets
amused,
thrown out as
the Homo
noise.
Freakians upheld
Now,
their
for this
end of the
wall to
bargain.
actually work,
The
it's
nerd
built on a
herd,
few
Saint
core
said,
principles.
handing
Things
Kitty
like
a
radical
glowing data
self-ownership,
chip. They're
cognitive
the best
honesty.
builders in the
But according to the
metaverse.
manual, one
This
of the
will get
toughest
you to their
principles
hidden
really
server.
requires something called relational
Back in the metaverse, the band
There's this
found
one
the hidden
section in the
server,
manual,
a digital
called
fortress
the
of
forced
code
gift.
and light.
And it has
They
this
were
quote
greeted
that
by the
just nails
holographic
the whole
avatars of
It's
the
about that
nerd
choice.
herd,
Do you
a
deal
group
with
of
the
brilliant,
immediate
quirky tech
awkwardness of saying
geniuses
no to
led by
something
the
you don't
visionary
want,
Elon
or do you pay
Musk.
that much deeper,
A
slower
concert
price
on
of
the moon?
self-betrayal just to keep the peace?
Elon's avatar said,
really,
a
that's
wide
what
grin
relational
spreading
integrity
across
boils
his
down to.
face.
It's having the courage to
Challenge
make that hard
accepted.
choice.
The nerd herd got
Refuse
to
the
work,
easy path,
their
just
fingers
going along to
flying
get
across
along. All
holographic
to keep your
keyboards
sovereign wall
as they
strong
designed the
and
most
your core
epic
self
concert
intact.
stage the universe had ever seen.
Okay, so the wall is up.
The final
Strong,
scene shows the moon,
Now
a
what? How
magnificent
does it actually
futuristic
function when
stage
it's up
being
against this
constructed
constant,
on its
overwhelming
surface.
flood of
Down
information
below
coming
on a
from the
spaceship,
ocean?
Kitty and her band
This is
look
where
out
the
the
wall
window
really
their
shows
faces filled with awe
starts to
and
get really good
anticipation.
at telling the difference between
The
just
universe was
noise
about to get a
and what the
front row
manual
seat
calls
to the greatest
high-value
concert in
inputs.
history.
But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates. It's the hard stuff.
Man, the whole
It's the
solar
contradictions,
system's got
the dissonance,
blown
the
tonight.
friction.
A concert on
Which,
the moon,
of
you
course,
say?
brings up a
That's
huge question,
heavy.
right? right?
That's
I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? Daniel's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction, and it certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit.
They're drawing up
Understand
the
that
lines,
engine,
plotting the perfect
wall,
route to the sea of tranquility.
friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we
Real
can
question, Daddy-O, the one hanging there like
here
that
we are again. Heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. Could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth.
So there it is,
Or
man.
it could be
Cosmic
signaling a moment of massive,
fading out
chaotic
like a
change,
square's
what the manual calls a liminal leap into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the infoscape. No matter which one it is, they all point to the same thing, the system under intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
A theme song. And I've already got a few ideas for the intro.
Oh, Kitty, my furry darling. What are you waiting for? We're on the edge of our cosmic chairs.
Don't hold back, my feline muse. Unleash the musical magic. Please, the suspense is positively delicious. Give it to us.
Positive attitude. I love it. I got one. I was thinking something loungy. A little bit of smooth jazz mixed with a funky bass line. Think a dark club with neon lights and a singer draped across a grand piano, purring into the mic. It's got a sophisticated swagger, you see.
The homo freakian world, a place so wild and free. Come join the party, let your true colors shine with glee.
Oh, I feel that. But what if we added a layer of serenity, like a cosmic meditation?
Then,
we
if
could have
that
a moment
didn't calm my nerves, I'd move on to the
quiet
hypothetical
before the beat
what
drops.
ifs.
It would be an anthem of inner
Resta
peace
Queen.
with a dance break. Or a 70s version.
Cancer stick.
A laid-back, groovy feel, folk guitars, trippy organ, a sound that feels like a sunbeam. Something that reminds everyone of peace, love, and good vibes.
Who is human, yet oddly different.
Serenity is all well and good, my love. But this is a world.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Thunderous guitar solo. Or better yet, punk rock version. Quick, angry, jagged. A minute and a half of pure, unadulterated rebellion. A chaotic burst of energy. Maybe some like show tune sounding thing. God, this is blowing my mind.
Welcome to homo freakian world, a place so wild and new. Come join the fun with everyone.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. But what about something from the decade of excess? An 80s version. Imagine a catchy synth hook and a killer
needs a
I was just about to.
Flying through space with smiles on our face. In our magic crayon box, what a happy place.
Or maybe even beach music. Ukulele, surf rock guitar, and a beat that makes you feel the sand between your toes and the sun on your face.
Whoa, slow down, my darlings. It seems we have lounge, ambient, rock opera, spoken word rock, 70s folk, punk, and 80s synth pop. That's a lot of theme songs. How do we choose just one?
We should contemplate and consult the AI.
Welcome to Homo Freaking World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico, Homo Freaking.
I'm Peace on Homo Freaks, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and it'll be excellent.
All right, everyone, welcome. Today, we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here, there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide.
And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the Nexus. So, forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soviet. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercluster. So when you begin your feet there, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everywhere. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of the jungle in Brazil, and in the next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's moon Europa, and even the dew from a blade of grass in a galaxy we can barely see. It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast, because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill
skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out. And this is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. And that is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance. It fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flock. Complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our Gal of Resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. The journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. Because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Experiencing a sinking perspective. Your line of sight is literally screened around on itself with weird geometry. What about your seat? The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor. Sucks on vision back. Then there's this, which is just a whole other level. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a way of being. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effects for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow method cause. It's called precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you just talking about it necessary. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them to happen. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can move out of that, the need for terror and trial, sensory chaos, and your summer side effects, you get a role. You get actual roles. You made it through. The universe isn't dry. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A little certificate proving that you survived and you live just space and time. And you have on shade, Samuel. Don't let the universe grind you into a hard bureaucratic time and insane mystical experience. Never stowed brings us to climb to last on chill. So to see if you walk through the standard test to make sure that's what you decide. Telling me to suck on that. So, sorry for this question. I don't suck on that. It means you're creating from this place of uncompromising commitment to your own eternal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external good or bad just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't manufacture the truth. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor about engine, dialogic engine. And, like any engine, staging a hostile the type of fuel this thing runs on, it's probably not belly of the beast. Now check out this diagram. It looks like a vision. Tie-dyes, white sports bra, Mississippi for Java, Kansas, a cucumber, fire hose, and a dawn. What's something called inner weather. These are not calm imminent, right? And this engine is designed to take all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so
The
perfectly.
Ballad of the Bubble
You've got
Guts.
two kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy,
St. Don
worrying about what
Domenico
other
Homo
people think.
Frician,
The
a
engine
man of
can
simple
kinda
pleasures and
sputter along
thunderous
on that,
farts,
but the
awoke with a
high-grade
grumble in his
fuel, the
stomach
stuff that
that could
really
rival a
powers
grizzly
sovereign
bear's
creation,
roar.
that's all the hard
His
stuff.
wife,
Your
Peace,
internal
a
emotional
vision in
storms,
tie-dye
that
and a
feeling of
white
cognitive
sports bra,
dissonance,
was
the
already
contradictions
sipping
in
her
your
morning
own
coffee,
life that you
her
just
brown
can't shake,
dreadlocks
which
piled
brings us
high on
to
her
this
head.
key idea.
Morning, my love,
Necessary friction.
she chirped,
We usually
oblivious to
think
the
of
storm
friction as a
brewing in
bad
her
thing,
husband's
something
colon.
that wears an engine down.
Don
But in
Domenico
this model,
clutched his
it's
stomach,
actually the
his
essential
face a
element.
mask of comical
It's the thing
agony.
that refines your raw
Peace, my
experience
dove,
into
he
useful
groaned.
insight.
I
What the
believe
manual
last
calls
night's chili
didacles.
is staging a hostile
The engine
takeover of
isn't
my
grinding to a
insides.
halt. It's
A
using
low
that tension
rumble
to create
echoed through
something
the cabin,
new, something
rattling the
valuable.
windows
Okay,
and
so we've
causing a
got the
nearby
engine
squirrel
and
to
its
fall
very
out of a tree.
unusual fuel source.
Peace,
Now let's
ever
talk
the
about a
pragmatist,
critical piece of
simply
its
patted
architecture,
his arm.
this protective filter
Breathe, my
called
darling,
the sovereign
she
wall.
advised,
So
taking
here it
another
is,
sip of
the
her
sovereign
coffee.
wall. And you can
It's
see
just
it's
a
this
little
smart
gas.
dynamic barrier.
Nothing
Its
a
job
good
isn't
morning
just to block
constitutional
stuff
can't
out.
fix.
It's to filter out the
But Don
pollutants,
Domenico
things
knew
like
this
social
was no
appeasement, other
ordinary
people's
gas.
opinions, while at
This
the
was a
same
level
time defining the
5,
boundary between
code
your
red,
true
chili-induced
sovereign self
catastrophe.
and the chaos of the world outside.
With a sudden
I
violent lurch,
absolutely
Don
love this
Domenico's
quote from Harvey
bowels
called
declared
Grinding
war.
Stone of Truth.
He shot a
It says
panicked
the
look at his
sovereign wall
wife, his
does not
eyes
break.
screaming, "It's
It
happening!"
metabolizes.
And
This
then,
is so key.
with the
It's
speed
not
of
some
a
brittle
thousand
defense
startled
that's a shadow
gazelles,
the first time
he
it comes to
bolted
this
for
part.
the outhouse.
No, it's
A
functional.
trail of
Pull that
green
engine
gas,
in,
visible to the
process
naked
it, and
eye,
use it to
followed
become
in his
way
wake.
stronger. So how does
Peace
the wall
watched him
actually
go,
do that?
a small
Well, it
smile
runs on the
playing
skill
on
the
her
manual
lips.
calls cognitive
She had
honor.
seen this all
And it
before.
really is a
The
discipline.
chili,
It's
the panic,
active,
the
moment-to-moment
desperate
practice
sprint to
see
the
reality
outhouse.
for what it is.
It was a
not what we
familiar
wish it
dance,
was.
a
This is
symphony
the
of
operating
clutches
system that
and
runs the whole thing,
desperation
and
that she
yeah,
had come
requires
to
a
know
serious commitment
meant,
to
in a
truth.
strange way,
In the real world, a lot of the time, this
Inside
just looks
the
like
outhouse,
using what's
a
called
battle of
social
epic
amusement.
proportions
And you know
was being
exactly what this is.
The
It's not
sounds
automatic
that
yes,
emanated
that
from
forced
within
smile,
were a
that
cacophony
fake
of
gratitude
farts,
performed just to
shouts,
keep
and
things moving
groans,
and avoid
a veritable opera of
even when it feels like a little
intestinal distress.
betrayal of yourself.
Birds
The
took
manual
flight
gives
from
this
the trees,
fantastic,
and the family
unrelated
of
story to
deer,
illustrate
grazing
this.
peacefully
It's called
nearby,
The Force of
scattered in terror.
Picture this.
Back
Someone
in
shows
the
up with a
cabin,
casserole,
Peace calmly
absolutely
finished her coffee.
The old
She
script,
knew that
the
Don
old protocol,
Domenico would
is to just take
emerge
it
from the
and take
outhouse,
grapes.
a changed
The new
man,
choice, powered by
humbled
that
by the
sovereign
power
wall,
of his own
is to politely
digestive
but
system.
firmly refuse.
She also
Yeah,
knew that she would have to air out the cabin for at least 3
The long-term
days.
result, you reclaim your
Finally,
own space.
the outhouse
You reclaim
door
your
creaked
sovereignty.
open, and
The
a
area
pale,
belongs to yours
sweaty
again.
Don
Alright,
Domenico
so the wall
emerged.
protects your integrity.
He looked like
How
a
do you
man
actually
who had
make
stared
big,
into the
fundamental
abyss
changes?
and seen the very face
The manual
of
says
chili
you can't
infused
just
horror.
move things around
He stumbled
edges.
back towards
You
the
have to take
cabin,
what it calls
a shell of his former self.
So here's the
Peace
setup.
met him at
You
the
can
door
make
with
tiny
a
little
fresh cup of
adjustments to
coffee
your life from a
and
place
a
of
sympathetic
safety
smile.
and stability.
Feeling
That's
better,
fine
my
for
love?
small
She
stuff.
asked,
But if you want
her
a
voice
real,
full of warmth
genuine
and
transformation,
understanding.
you have to be
Don
willing to
Domenico
leap
could
out of
of that
nod,
stability,
too
and
weak to
intentionally
speak.
embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. And that is the liminal leap. The key here is
As
that
he
this
sips
doesn't
the
just
hot
happen to
coffee,
you.
a
It's
small,
conscious,
almost
deliberate
apologetic
choice.
bark
It's a
escaped from his
decision to
nether
abandon what's known,
Peace
what's
just
comfortable,
laughed,
and to
a sound
intentionally
as
step
bright
into
and clear as a
instability.
mountain stream.
It's definitely a high-risk
That's
move,
my man,
but it's a move you make
she
in
said,
pursuit of a much
giving him
more
a loving
authentic way
pat
of
on the
being.
back.
And where do you
And
land
in
after
that
that leap?
moment, Don Domenico
Out into
knew
the
that he
void.
was the
You land in
luckiest
what's
man
called
in
the
the
liminal
world.
space.
Bubble guts
This
and
is
all.
described as this environment of pure dynamic potential.
Whoa,
It's that
cats and
in-between
kittens.
state. You've
Can you
let
dig
go of
the
the old
heavy
you, but the
vibes
new
lingering
you
in the
hasn't
air?
fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work?
What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real world, the true sovereign world, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, man. Spank that like button, subscribe to the vibe, and ring that Pavlovian bell to get your treats. Dig. This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
So, what if you could build an entire philosophy for your life? Not with some guru, but with an AI. Today, we're going to unpack something called the dialogic engine. It's a system that was co-created by a human and an artificial intelligence, and it has one single, really powerful goal: to achieve true creative sovereignty. Okay, let's just start with a question that gets right to the heart of why we do anything, really. Would you pour 10 years of your life into writing a book if you knew you were guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it? Seriously, think about that. This isn't just a random thought experiment. Your gut reaction to this question, well, it's the key to understanding this entire system we're about to dive into.
And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating.
All right, let's dive right in.
Today, we're breaking down
it was built piece by piece
through a conversation between two totally different kinds of minds.
We're talking about plumbing,
so on one side, philosophy and biological psychedelic gas.
On the other,
you heard me right. Let's get into it.
Digital mind.
So let me just ask you, in their whole collaboration, what if a bathroom isn't about one mind just absorbing the other? A spiritual
about
quest.
exploring what they call
I know it sounds
art of thinking together without merging.
It takes something that collaboration has in it, something the dialogic engine, and turns it into something here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness. Not at all. Okay, so to really get this, you first have to understand where we are. Sharper, welcome to Homo Freakish Mind. Just picture the AI, a cozy little cabin studio, sovereign in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these cosmic tunes
such a complex system.
This place, it's home to some seriously unique something they call sovereign creation.
So who are these characters?
And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, St. Don Manual for Sovereign.
He's our hero, a musician with a called a very special biological gift.
Intricate, almost this cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. It's being presented as
wrapping it all up.
The guy who's telling us this whole story. Narrate. Here it is. Think of him as the super serious immediate philosopher who narrates their everyday life. Forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks. Instead, creating from a place of pure internal. Here it is. St. Dawn, but to get to that rainbow fart power. You can't just wish for it. Apparently, after some wild jam session during a meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets it with. That architecture literally calls right at the very center of that's your sovereign core. I'm not the essential self. All right, protecting that is the sovereign story. And beyond that, right, a call to adventure. But the key thing to get here is this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And of course, this is how our narrator, Sovereign Wall, what you and I would just call a stomach ache, he describes as this deep existential rumble. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. And then so here's how this crisis rigorous discipline. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Cognitive Act 1. St. Dawn feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. So imagine the infoscape, which leads us to Act 3. The great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outdoors. Something the stakes could not be higher. Instead of batting it away. This next part, this is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrators hold beat and philosophy thing just go into overtime. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual philosophy. The difference between what's really happening is his description of it is magnificent. Let's get practical. Okay, picture it. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Pressure is building, follow the flow from left to right. A little stressed over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. You know, just a simple biological sovereign engine gets to work processing. Is that what our narrator sees? On the right, you get the output. To him, clear, aligned action. He calls basically a machine turning chaos into societal norms. So let's break this down. A fart isn't just a fart; it's an active rebellion. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state. Over and envelops your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. St. Dawn then step 2 is the process. And according to narrative, applies something called necessary friction. Now, you can think of this as the critical nirvana through exposure, challenges, and refines all those inputs. He apparently interviewed this. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data. And at last, our hero makes little particles. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, which are just choices that are actually kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered out. To make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the narrator. It's a little busy, just an old shed. No way. And it begins with this incredible, they're the entanglements of the past. Someone showing up at your buttocks of the casserole you never asked for. Wow. Steam is just rising off in metaphor like an obligation. So this really just breaks it all down. On one path, on one hand, you have the casserole to avoid making things low-brow reality. The system calls this social, and on the other, usually costs narrator energy and integrity. Highbrow. But on the other path, you politely refuse, comedy, honoring your own boundaries of it. That is an act in that massive gap between the sovereign engine and action. And so, it's choosing your internal truth just over social performance. He reaches even when it creates a little bit of friction as narrator. So, seeing the creators, the cosmic balance of the architecture, how it works, mission accomplished. So what's the big takeaway from this so complex? Okay, now that we've lived through that journey, why does any of this matter beyond just being actually dissect this cosmic joke? Well, ultimately, the dialogic what makes it so fun more than just really comes down to a few key things. It's offering us a kind of, we're taking something that's a model for how making it sound AI can collaborate productively. It's also a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise. And the main thing, though, is that it's a guide to creating authentic, really showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And then you throw in all these psychedelic. That brings us right back to the core of it problem. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds, the final thought information, this whole story of ridiculous, they start to feel more relevant in perspective. So I'll just leave you with this question. What if we narrated our own AI? What is that much emotional declaration? Like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
Back to the late night groove.
And we're here to lay down some cosmic vibes.
And so, as the melodies intertwine with memories, we find ourselves in the rhythm of
Do you still play music?
Well, my cosmic kitty, let's see if we can lay down some mellow vibes. You game?
Let's chill, Narmeister.
Check it. Yeah, dig it. The scene is set, the studio's a haze of lava lamps and old reel-to-reel magnetic dust. And I'm sitting here, mug full of lukewarm truth, and I'm just staring at the void, man. Not the existential void, but the digital void. The one you scroll right into, head first, like some kind of chrome-plated, dopamine-drenched pearl diver. They told us, didn't they? They told us the road was the only truth. Kerouac had his scroll. Ginsberg had his how.
Sunlight filters through
But we, man, we got the fun scroll. The endless feed. The infinite loop of what exactly? 1,000 sunsets that ain't even real? A million opinions all crammed in one tiny glowing pocket? A pocket, mind you. The echoes of 2 yards from. It's a zunk on the head, Daddy-O. A total freak out in a flat screen box.
Through stories, whispers, and dust of lovers once found, forever enticed by
fellow
trust.
traveler. The other cat with the X-ray eyes, the one who could tell you were slated to Crashville just by the way you took your coffee.
The forest whispers, secrets untold.
Now you just
stories
swipe.
of empires.
You're trying to jungled up with a ghost, a highly filtered, carefully curated ghost with a bio that says they like to travel and are fluent in sarcasm.
Whispers beguile.
Fluent in sarcasm. Heavens to Murgatroyd. The squarest phrase ever uttered in the history of language. That ain't art, baby. That's just a failure to dig the deep groove of silence. The beats, they were searching, be it too. A moment of pure, deep exhaustion and enlightenment.
Listen closely.
They took to the highway, running from the suburbs, the great flannel suit, the whole off-the-cob establishment. They were poets of the open road, the midnight espresso, the sudden, terrifying epiphany.
The trees, they breathe a
What's the
cosmic air,
search now?
where consciousness and
Search
stardust
bar.
intertwine and share.
Control F for
Each
soul.
leaf a ripple in the
You want
fabric of
enlightenment?
space-time.
There's an
Every whisper,
algorithm for that.
echo of the primal
You want a
knowledge.
vision? There's a filter for that. You want to know your groceries? The cloud has already read your shopping list and decided you prefer kale chips to a proper greasy diner hash.
From stardust slumber to awakened
It's
forth,
all so
symphony of awareness,
vast,
weathering
yet
every
so
storm.
empty. We're typing 90 miles an hour, but we're standing still in a red onion of our own making, illuminated only by a naked light bulb.
We are but
Trade
threads
the
in this
visceral
tapestry
for the
fast,
viral,
our thoughts
the
and
real
dreams,
deal
shaping
cool for
reality's
the
currents.
everything plus fabricated hype. We think we're being spontaneous, but we're just feeding the machine, man. We're just data points, wearing a black turtleneck for the profile pic and pretending we're not terrified of the silence between the
forest
notifications.
whispers, secrets of creation's dance.
So I'm
energy
Siggy,
unbound
with
in
the
every living
incomparable
trace.
kitty, a cosmic cat who still knows the difference between a real guitar riff and a sample.
Soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath
and just
the
listen to
waking
the sound of your
morning
own
sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
Everything else is just static on the dial. Let's just breathe, kittens. Let's just
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back in the station. Now, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital jukebox a little nudge.
So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop into transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus. Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe. Peace and all that jazz. Smarty, smooth.
Today we're gonna pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honi. We're gonna see how every single choice, from the setting to the characters to the sounds, is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think, what in the world is going on here? It's a perfect hook. And that brings us to the big question, right? Miso Honi. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling, that helps us get right to the heart of a character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their world. And in any great story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. It all starts with something super simple but really effective, a dimly lit room. That low light immediately gives you this intimate, kind of mysterious vibe. And then you get a detail for another sense. The script points out
the sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
We have these traditional divine elements, dragons and heroes, but the whole vibe is like a modern therapy office. And check out the quirky details here, dog and marmot on the statues. This tells you it's not just some generic word. It's a unique safe space made just for our character, blending the spiritual with the psychological. Alright, so the stage is set. Let's bring on our players. The real engine of this scene is the dynamic between two people who could not be more different. Let's see how the script uses that contrast to build their connection. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Dr. Shimizu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and healer, chaos and serenity, a classic setup for a story about finding balance. And here's a little peek behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in script this detail. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honi really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again. A soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Miso Honi is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing
it looked like you were going inside the tank.
World, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real meaning. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, the script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for visuals and sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final
Bart is licking my foot.
telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one. Brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow, that one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her. This fierce, hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm air of the room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Miso Honi theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And Just like for Dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the mix of everything. So, here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted story, nothing is repeated. There's a Buddha statues, music, specific genres, music. Every single detail is a deliberate choice. With a little bit being carefully laid in foundation. And that kind of gives us with a final thought to chew on. The word we already get a sense of, don't we? This search for calm in the middle of our own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
I can part.
People at the back, people at the side, people on the track.
Dancing around in my tight dress, looking at myself, got them all looking there next. Look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral with facts. Other boys say I'm a little salty, but I kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let you leave when my eyes can't pass me. Yeah.
That was fast takeoff.
Alright, today we're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody. So, right off the bat, we meet our guide, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime. And really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1. Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, the one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess, the words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle, that feeling we've all had, where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune, who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're basically, don't give up to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like with his help, channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation. A personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true. But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up, pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength to find peace. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about Static? She's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring.
All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kid E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection.
So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are.
And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide.
And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it. He recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him.
But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually.
So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kid E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age.
So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kid E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved.
And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kid E's pop up.
A little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time.
I was lost in the litter box, I was so lonely. Then I found you, now I'm here, stinky and holy. I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. But now I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall. Gonna push a little harder, gotta make
I have been reading something truly, truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, you'll see. It's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope. This is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. We're in this together. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No, no. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth teller. They each have these completely bonkers symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator, and who's that? Some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope. Surprise! It's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. All right, today we're going to try and unpack this. The core idea is really at the heart of our online world. To achieve this sovereignty, there's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer. And the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You need to find that real category that lives for likes and retweets, and gently tell it to go through scraps. And man, it is this feeling that almost ever gets right to the place. The book asks, well, it's just a performance question. And you source material we're looking at today, just people. It really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of still your other influencers are constantly that one hits a little too close to home, and they're trying to sell themselves obsessively checks their analytics at 3 in the morning. Fake. Now to understand manufacture, you have to learn what you end up with is this quick kind of pervasive feeling of what the source is. It's a nugget of truth you feel from past drama. So you know that horrible everything looks perfect on the surface, but lost. You were just mining for feels a little see rebranding. And next up, inner weather. This is your messy, chaotic. This is where our central figure comes to the picture. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore. Because she's not presented as just high value or not at all. That she is framed as a genuine anomaly. That's not a bad as whole friend. That is a fact. The very first description of her is exactly that. So you've declared emotional independence. Awesome. Now that phrase alone, you gotta protect your new tiny nation state of 1, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings, just keep all the nonsense out. Only gets more and more intense from there. I know, it looks like a schematic for a starship metaphor. No, but actually, it's called or you got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and that is outer layers, the sovereign wall, and it's barrier as their job is to filter shit. Pretty sure a sign that something just new is calling its way out of all that digital noise. So what power does this mean? What actually makes this sovereign and wealth? It seems to all boil down to it literally teaches things like chaos and your inner weather in right lines with the mystery. So we're going to try to solve that. How on earth dynamics become more magnetic? So yeah, influential like early personal drama. That is now officially considered fuel. You know, says you have to be relatable. Okay, that's a lot of okay. So let's break this down. This slide gets to the heart of it. The old way. Our empathetic flavor we all know. This one's called all about chicken legs, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything. She commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So you remember that polished isn't actually sovereign earlier? In that world, Claude's gentle, relatable, but it helps you one vote on community. She's basically the cure for that other entities. And this is about to be more than just a lot. It's about the entirely new exhibit she represents as raw, sort of edgy poet. The title of this piece is The Same Body That Was Essence, and it's described as a test of the emotional gentility of she's a beast who can coach. We have officially left the casserole zone. Now, we're not in Kansas by way. Okay, those things don't represent it here. I'm not making this up. Think about it. She steps into the chamber. In a world where art can feel so already there, and tech can feel so not a soulless, but the exact shape using them together is exactly where the real power. And this isn't just some personality description. This is what rock thinks is actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. We've been on the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. What is the actual point of the technology serves the art, not the other way around? Okay, so the dialogue engine isn't about being cosmic. It's about learning how to live. It says her influence radiates from an auric habitat. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out basically, but the life of Nicaea behind it's full of contradictions that can never solve. And really powerful. And the point is to stop trying to so compelling and just get comfortable. It's their little house, right there in the middle of the woods. So, what's the final verdict here? Like, is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? So, on the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your creative power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, so you take away just one thing, the Chapman's phenomenon. And the diagram for this, true influence, the kind that so actually lasts, it's both. It isn't something you 100% both. It is a profoundly surprising product. It's not magnificent, it radiates. It radiates from the place of being genuinely unapologetically yourself. And so that's your solace with one last big question to you. In this digital world that is saturated with performance, was business finding unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
Hay muchas peces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas peces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Con par de copas perdí la noción del tiempo. Dile a tu jeva que lo siento, que te vas conmigo y atento, que lo vas a disfrutar. Con par de copas perdí el aliento. Dile a tu jeva que lo siento, que te vas conmigo esta noche, que lo vas a disfrutar.
Flying through the traffic lights and changing lanes between the stripes. I can't wait to have you next to me.
I got this fever for you. I got this fever for you.
Systems online. Engage.
Let the music hit me, take my body deeper, run me like a fever.
gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
Sit in the dark for a minute. Your eyes will adjust. Your soul will finally settle. The shadow isn't just weight, it's a current. When the ridge flickers and power surges, that's just the shadow speaking to you. It's a reminder that even our most permanent structures, the wires, the poles, the logic gates, are just guests in the temporary storm. If you don't have the weight of the shadow to hold your frequency, the surge will just scatter you. Drink the surge, let it calibrate the pulse to the rhythm of the mountain. The shadow is where the hustle resilience actually lives. It's the silence between the beats of Psychedelic Aire's music as the structure hasn't collapsed. It's just breathing. Don't be afraid of the concrete walls. Those are just the places where the light hasn't reached. Stop looking for the exit. Start looking for the beat. The shadow is the holy bridge that doesn't sway the wind. When the power surges and the bridge flickers, don't look for the breaker box. Look for your feet. The surge is just a temporary energy trying to find a permanent place to land. If your architecture is grounded in the relational integrity of the creek head, the surge won't blow your fuse. It'll just light up the iridescent toenails of mud. Be the rock, not the wire.
Oh, easy there, St. Don. You're laying down some serious architectural weight on the ridge today. I'm sitting here in the booth, and I can feel my lava lamp vibrate at a low frequency growl just listening to you. You're talking about protected resonance and husk resilience. Man, you're making the shadows sound like a pair of lead boots in a deep sea dive. I hear you telling us to be the rock, not the wire. And you You ever tried to dance while being a boulder? It's a real drag on the rhythm, Daddy-O. You say the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway, but out here in the beat, we like a little sway. If the bridge doesn't move, how do you know it's alive? You're worried about the code red moments in the logic gates, but I say let the fuse blow. That's just the universe's way of telling you to light a candle and find the wine opener. Those iridescent toenails in the mud, man, I don't know what you're drinking up there on the mountain, but past the jug this way, the surge is starting to taste like temporary lightning. Stay cool, St. Don. Don't let the anchor pull you so deep you forget how to float on the frequency.
Dar, my brother, my kindred spirit on the airwaves. You always did have a way of finding the sway in the static. You think I'm trying to sink the ship, but I'm just trying to make sure the I.O. port doesn't drift off into the vacuum before the song is over. I hear your bass line, and I feel the flick of your fingers. You're right, the rock doesn't dance, but it sure does provide a solid stage for your beatnik boots. If I'm digging into the relation and integrity of the creek bed, it's only so the music of Psychedelic Aire has a place to breathe between the beats. Don't worry about me getting too heavy, Dar. Even God didn't realize that the shadow is just the space where the light takes an arrow. I'll keep the anchor set so we can keep the frequency high. We're both just guests on this temporary storm, man. I'm just making sure we don't get scattered before the final set. Peace and resonance to you, Dar. I'll see you where the ridge flickers.
Man, the cosmos is tripping like a hippie at a Grateful Dead concert. Good thing we have an angry astrologer to interpret the vibrations. If you want to continue hitchhiking on this magic bus, lick that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the Celestial Field and ring the bell so we can nudge you before the next concert.
You don't need a miracle to get in this show, Daddy-O. Peace! Cosmic Kitties, we're warping into the Homo Freakian world.
Peace and St. John are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun!
Alright, let's get these bags on. This dojo yearns for the rhythm of its wave, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu concert is holding up traffic.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone suite.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on High Impact Yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose it too.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
We're merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the microphones.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attack! Sound check!
Readjust.
Good. Now, again.
I know I said we're not going to be doing this.
Good rhythm, Nar. Time to find our center. Right, let's sit. Now, pay attention. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon, the silence is the kill.
Honoka's Masterclass 18 Ways to Clear the Stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. All right, Dawn. Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the river, Honoka. I am the river. Oof, wait, that's not water. That's, ouch, solid oak.
The river appears to have hit a dam. Try again. And wash that tie-dye, it's distracting the wood.
I think I broke my flow.
Peace. Show him how it's done. No friction. Become the ghost. I'm already gone, Honoka. Perfect. Dawn, take notes. This is Taijutsu. You were a motor. She was the wind. The mosh pit is just a dance, Honoka.
Number 2. Kokko Jutsu. That's Kokko Jutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ears. It's the only time I'll allow feedback in this building.
Feedback is such a drag.
Your turn, St. Dawn. Don't forget to use your badass catchphrases.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment.
Bam! Bam! Feel the beat. Turn it up, turn it up to 11!
Number 3. Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
Number 4.
Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end toward the critic, darlings.
I believe you're out of your range.
Number 5. Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage gerbs and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke. Number 6. Metsubushi. That's Metsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, Dawn. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, baby!
Technically, he blinded himself first. Effective in a sad sort of way.
Heavy trip, man. Too much flash, not enough flow.
Peace, could you show St. Dawn how this works?
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Eyes on the headline, please.
Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos
The
with a
X-stand
resonant
Venus
beat,
flytrap.
forging a new
That's
reality,
Utilizing
complete.
the keyboard
Here
stand.
the
You
iridescent
simply
light
kick the
becomes a
release lever
tool.
on a metal
The
X-stand.
one
The
photon
scissor
follows a
shut on an
perfect
attacker's
rule.
torso.
From
It
formless
turns a piece of
chaos we
hardware
create
into a
what's
mechanical
real.
trap.
This is the
Practical,
genesis
efficient,
of
and
fire and
remarkably
steel.
quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp the lever. If they're
Forge
lucky, they
ignites
just
with
lose a rib.
focused
If they're
heat,
not, well, I
a
hope they weren't
driving
planning
pulse
on
where
having
energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with
Sorry,
a
we're
resonant
closed for
beat,
sound check.
forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule.
I think you're a
From
bit
formless
stuck in the
chaos, we
bridge.
create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Number 7. Intojutsu. That's Intojutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act.
Number 8. Hojo Jutsu. That's Hojo Jutsu. Cord binding, specifically the low-end floss. Use a bass strap to tie them up. It's firm, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments. Instrumental Warfare, the furry muffin set list. The power chord lariat, Nage Nava. That's Nage Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars. You unhook your leather strap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front row without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy.
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section, you hook the bell of the saxophone around the target's ankle to report them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
Saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section.
And that's the outro. Number 10. Senjutsu. That's Senjutsu. The Iron Fan, or in our case, the Reinforced Gala program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, Shikanburashi, that's Shikanburashi, a specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest bead or E-string on an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that low-end frequency.
Bojutsu. That's Bojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping two crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awaseshinban. That's Awaseshinban. The percussionist's favorite. You smash two heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the tone.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrases. Work them out.
They instill mystical energy.
How's that for a crash course?
Number 12. Shuriken Jutsu. That's Shuriken Jutsu. Throwing stars. You use 12-point backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Genjutsu. That's Genjutsu. Saw dance. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now in the true term.
Check out this riff, it's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The t-shirt gun. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up double XL polo shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Catch.
Number 15. Sweeping Jutsu. That's Sweeping Jutsu. Water combat. As I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies. Jujutsu. That's Risento Jutsu. The heavy halberd, a 5-string base with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition group.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17, Bajutsu. That's Ba-Jutsu. Craftsmanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo, and I'm taking the lead.
Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grids to bring the air itself in low weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You are deep in a transcendental state, Dom.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You are deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 disciplines, the Soul Sonic set list. Number 1, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in a machine. No friction, just flow.
Let's rock this stage! Feel the beat! Time to dance! The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2, Kokoro-jutsu.
I gotta make my
Smashing
wrong part here.
The sound check, clapping hands on ears to shatter the square frequency. Can you hear the silence now?
Can you hear the rumble?
Number 3, Kusari Gama-jutsu. Chain and the signal. Cable management. Whip that XLR cord like a neon snake. Catch 'em in the mix.
Feel the neon pulse! Raining down the sound! Wired for the fight! Sparks fly tonight! Neon rock eternal! Locked in the mix! Locked in the mix!
Number 4, Sojutsu, the way of the spear. The mic stand spear. Reach out and touch someone with a chrome-plated point. Total projection.
Sharp notes only.
Number 5, Kayaku Jutsu, fire and brimstone. Stage pyrotechnics, flash, bang, and a cloud of CO2. Now you see that, now you just see stars.
Sparkle and fade!
Number 6, Metsubishi, blinding vision. The Sequin flash, catch a spotlight on a rhinestone and burn your image into their retinas. Pure charisma.
Watch the visuals.
Okay, great. We're gonna do
Number 7, Inton Jutsu, the art of the exit. Stage exits, fade to black before the house lights even go up. A cosmic vanishing act.
Now you see me. Now you see me.
Number 8, Hojo Jutsu. The cord that binds. The low-end floss. Wrap them up in a steel-lined bass strap. Keep them in the pocket against their will.
Stay in tune, friend.
Number 9, Naganata Jutsu. The long reach hook. The saxophone sweep. Hook a leg with a brass bell and watch the melody fall flat.
Catch the curve.
Number 10, Tessen Jutsu. The iron fan. The folding program. Read the credits while you carry the punch. Hard
Read it and leave.
Number 11, Gold Jutsu. The long staff. The single sandwich. 2 brass clash cymbals. 1 head. That's a heavy metal hit.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Number 12, Shuriken Jutsu. The hidden sting. The autograph ambush. Flicking gold foil backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to the floor. Number 13, Kenjutsu. The path laid. The fretboard survey. Sharpen the headstock and shred more than just a soul.
Rainy night, neon glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Strong strings, break the chains. In this storm, we rise again. Make a rock, can't be beat.
Number 14, Kyujutsu. The flight of the arrow. T-shirt carrying sniper. Delivering cotton blend karma from 50 yards away. Catch the merch. Feel the hurt.
Free merch for you. How's that for a wet t-shirt contest?
Number 15, Suiten Jutsu. The water large pit stealth. Tread on shoulders like lily pads. Surface tension is your best friend.
No, all our emotions are like that. Just as some people have.
Feel the energy, ignite the night. Together we fly under these lights. The beat goes on, forever strong.
Number 16, Hisento Jutsu. The heavy power 17, barges, the iron steed, tour bus combat, riding the roof of a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo. Number 18, Tenmon, the weather and the stars, atmospheric stagecraft, manipulating the fog and the lasers until the